Hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and those of you who know better. Welcome, welcome. I hope that everybody's doing well today. We'll be getting started basically right now. Basically right now. I think that I've got everything working more or less. Although I admit we're probably going to have to make some adjustments here and there because, well, if I got a treat for all of you, let me go ahead and bring up our game for today, because today is Tuesday, isn't it? It's Tuesday, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Um, and well, I was gonna say you don't know what that means, because we finished the XCOM Long War campaign yesterday, and I didn't actually make a concrete announcement about what our next game would be. But there is a very good chance that you are able to read. Now, I mean, I'm not gonna get after you if you can't. I'd just be surprised if you've managed to navigate to this stream, or if you're a VOD watcher to this video without looking at the title. That would be, that'd be pretty fancy. I mean, you'd have to really pull something special to do that. So in the event that you have not realized what today is going to be, this is going to be the first day that we play Terra Invicta, a game that I am very, very excited to bring to stream. I think that I think it's going to be a very interesting follow-up to our Long War campaign, because this is a game made by the Long War devs, right? So let me go ahead and bring this up, and we'll set up the game capture and everything, so you're not just sitting here staring at our lovely starting soon screen. Let's see. Let that load up. So, this game, yeah, there it is a little loud. Turn it down, please. There you go. That should be a better volume. That wasn't the segue I was going for. This game is going to be a little different from XCOM, right? Actually very different. We'll explain when we get into it. I just need to switch over our game capture here. There we go. Pull us on over. See, this is the correct... Oh god, that just took me to their forum when I clicked on patch notes. We're not clicking that button again. Oh gosh, I like this game a lot. I like the Long War campaign that we just wrapped up, have never actually finished a game of Terra Invicta, but I really, really, really like it. This game is right up my alley. It reaches in to the part of my brain that loves grand strategy and that wanted to study political science for some reason, and just tickles them. It just tickles that part of my brain in just the right way. It's so good. It's ridiculously good, this game. We're going to be playing... Actually, I haven't really made any decisions on how we're going to be playing this. I think I want to play Resistance. Is that damnable lawnmower back? My word, it is. It's probably picking up, isn't it? You have no idea how long I waited for this thing to go away. Like 3 hours. How is it still out there? Oh my god, I need to look out the window. That's absurd. Like, I don't mind, I get it. It's important work. It's literally parked right there. Okay, they're loading it up. Fine. Maybe. It's literally parked outside my window. um, life is rough here in the Scarlet household. What can I say? Hopefully that's not picking up too badly. If it is, I wouldn't blame you if you didn't want to listen to this for a couple minutes until it goes away. Goodness, this introduction of the game is so scatterbrained. What am I haven't had to introduce a new game in so long. I'm out of practice. That's what's happening here. Because the last time we introduced a new game was Kerbal Space Program, and that was weeks ago. And honestly, Kerbal Space Program does not need a whole lot of introducing. This game does, though. We're gonna kind of go through this bit by bit and explain everything, like, so that we're all on the same page when we play this game, because it's a bit complicated. You know, I wouldn't say that's the heaviest game out there, but it's definitely up there. I think mostly a lot of its conventions and design choices are very different from the norm, including the current norm and grand strategy. At least like mainstream grand strategy, like Paradox games and stuff. It makes some interesting and very different design decisions around that, so some things may not be immediately intuitive, so we're just gonna work through it together. This is a grand strategy game in which you play a secret organization. Secret society may be a little bit too much. But like a secretive organization that is trying to deal with, not necessarily stop, but contend with first contact with aliens, and eventually, of course, this is a Long War game, basically. This is from the Long War devs, we know what's coming. An alien invasion. Alright? Trying to contend with that. It's kind of hard science fiction. It's got a lot of that. It's got different factions with different approaches to the alien incursion. The writing is just so good for the factions. I was blown away by it, and I find the progression of the game to be very tactile. And what can I say? I'm rambling. I really, really like the game. We're gonna start a new game. And we're probably just gonna run like the full solar system, so it's gonna be basically a fully simulated system. Yes, hello Venus, welcome. That's right, for humanity. We're gonna play with all 8 factions, so the whole gang is gonna be here. And we are gonna be playing the Resistance, which is kind of your default resist the alien invasion faction. You've got a bunch of others. I think we'll talk about them as they come in, as we discover them in-game. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Venus. I hope that things are going well for you. You've arrived just in time. We're just getting past me. Fumbling through introducing the game, and now we're actually getting started. I think there's one change I want to make. You can, of course, customize you can customize and rename so much in this game, and we're going to be doing that a lot. I think I want to name counselors after viewers, kind of like we were doing with soldiers. Oh, you're doing great? Awesome. Glad to hear it. You can change the name of the faction. None of this is functional, but it does show up how it appears in the game. I was already the commander, right? I was the commander of XCOM in this Long War campaign that we just got through. I deserve a promotion. I feel like being called the commander of the Resistance now is understating my capabilities. We won, after all. So I'm gonna be the Supreme Commander. That's right, that's Supreme Commander Scarlet to you. I saw this game before. I mostly love this game for like being able to influence politics and kind of uniting humanity. Same here. It is so good for that. I'm going to probably spend a lot of this first stream, hell, probably all the streams, just nerding out over all the little political stuff. So we'll see how much game we actually get through. Everything else here is fine. I just need to be the Supreme Commander because I deserve that promotion. I have not beaten the game on normal difficulty. Apparently, this difficulty is relatively balanced. But I've also noticed, now this was I have not played, like, since 1.0. There's been a few patches. Maybe I could up the difficulty and we could, like, really hunker down. Where are we planning to start? I haven't decided yet. I've got a few strategies that I know can work. So we're gonna have to kind of go through it and see. I don't know, what does game difficulty do? Is it gonna boost my AI opponents? Because if so, I'm fine with that. I like a scary AI. I think I'm gonna go with veteran. I've played through like the early game on normal and can beat that pretty consistently. So I think bumping that up to veteran and then seeing how that feels later on is gonna be okay for us. Maybe we will regret this, but you know what? We're here for we're here for a good time, not an easy time, right? Let's go ahead and get started. I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of shut up through the beginning cutscene. I really like it as an introduction to our faction and the situation, so I'll be back once that's over. So I'll see you on the other side of this loading screen. I will entertain you through the loading screen. You know, but oh, look at the art. Have you ever seen such a beautiful depiction of a big tube? The music from games like these, like Terra and XCOM, make me feel patriotic for mankind, funnily. It does, though, doesn't it? The only kind of patriotism we need. The patriotism for humanity. It really just makes me want to go hunt some aliens. Gosh. I love the ship design in this. It's so... I never thought that I would love hard sci-fi ship design as much as this game has made me love it. Again, we'll talk about that a bit, probably way later, frankly. It's just good. I love my big war tubes. Yes, time to kick some alien scum, that's right. We're gonna be a little more chill because we're playing Resistance and not Humanity first, but, you know, it's, oh gosh, even the fact in the writing there's a difference between the Resistance and Humanity first is so clever. That's what I have to say about this game before we launch in. It's so clever, and it becomes more and more clear as it unfolds. It also has a long loading time. Its initial load up... Oh, here I go.
We remember the day the stars answered, the day we learned we were not alone. As a familiar sun rose on an unfamiliar universe, some of us saw wondrous possibility, and others existential danger. The astronomers had insisted that the bright streak in the sky was no natural phenomenon. Most of us didn't really believe them until it burned through our atmosphere and crashed in a remote region, leaving only wreckage and uncertainty. In our ignorance, we fractured, taking refuge in our most primal emotions. Each of us saw what we wanted to see. Everyone loves heroes, depends on them, to save us from evil, lead us through darkness. Problem is, Real heroes are always ignored. What no one understands is that being shot at is easy. The hard part is convincing someone they're drowning before it's too damn late.
Oh, it's so good. I love it. And here we are. We got an intel section report. An alien vessel has crashed down in the Nairobi region in Kenya. While the wreckage is unrecoverable, we suspect an alien life form escaped into the surrounding countryside. Yeah, we're not necessarily genocidal towards the aliens. We just want to defend ourselves from them. A surprisingly well-written difference, again, but we'll get deeper into the humanity first nonsense when we find them. So...
Greetings, Commander. I am pleased to report the Council has appointed you leader of our organization. I am Fiona Ayawade, your Chief of Staff.
Very qualified.
While most of the world is reacting with fascination at the arrival of an alien species on Earth, we represent a small group who believes the aliens' crash landing and disappearance may signify a potential threat. We intend to build an international organization capable of investigating and, if necessary, combating any danger aliens may pose.
So, Fiona here is going to essentially be our Bradford. Gonna walk us through whatever is going on, update us with new information. Fiona's good. We like Fiona. I believe when you play other factions against the Resistance, Fiona is like the leader, but now we're the leader. You know, Fiona just helps us out here and there. So, essentially, she's also telling us our first objective. They want us to investigate the crash site in the Nairobi region as soon as possible. I agree. I agree, but how this is gonna work, I will walk through at our own pace. It's gonna tell us, again, even without the tutorials on, you know, it's gonna give us some early objectives, walk us through what's your next step. It's a story, essentially. TBHA, find the Resistance is the most rational. We're cautious but not immediately hostile. Same here. The Resistance, I think, is absolutely most aligned with my own reaction to this situation, which is also why I feel so comfortable playing them. They're not just the default because they're simple, I think it's also because they're probably the most rational. There are a few other factions that are okay. I don't agree with them, but at least not all the factions are completely insane, you know? You can see how they got to that, to their conclusions. So, our first objective is, of course, as stated, to investigate the alien crash. Our first knowledge of the alien arrival came when its spacecraft aerobraked in our upper atmosphere before crashing down in a remote territory and apparently self-destructing. We should send a counselor to the site to learn what we can. So, we are to send a counselor to investigate alien activity at the crash site. And that's it. That's our start. Alright. So this is gonna be a little funky, right? This takes a little getting used to. This is a real-time, turn-based grand strategy game, which we can simplify here in the early game by just calling it a turn-based game. It gets fuzzier the deeper in you go. But essentially, at first, I think every week, oop, I did not mean to zoom this far out. A little bit of a glimpse at what's to come. Please zoom back in. So, I think in the first, is it year or few months? It's been a while since I played. Essentially every week represents a turn. And later on, there will be a point where things settle down a little bit, and every 2 weeks will be a turn, so things will take a little bit longer. And in those turns, per turn, you have these counselors.
Ready for my mission.
Alright, so here we have Fedor Kuznetsov, a politician. And
Ready for my mission.
Paul Hinajosa, hope I'm pronouncing those names remotely correctly, a diplomat. So these are our starting 2 counselors. We'll look at their stats in a little bit, but essentially every turn you're going to give them a mission to do from down here in this bar, and my little rat is right over their profile. That's an adjustment I figured we'd have to make. One moment. While I'm thinking about that, let me fix it. Because you can see their stats there. So here, let me shift the rat. Bring me the rat. Bring me the rat. Like right there, maybe. Here, select you. We'll see if that works. Oh, MO resistance and these science guys are in my tier list. Good guys, humanity first, and these guys trying to flee are neutral, and the rest are negatives. Yeah. Yeah, legit Illuminati. They really do have a just straight up Illuminati faction, don't they? Yeah, the Academy, I mean, they do their best. I think they're a little silly. But at least they're trying their best. Their heart's in the right place. So yeah, we've got these counselors, and these counselors are going to be the bread and butter of our game early. Alright? There's a lot of information on this screen, but we're going to focus in on the counselors, right? Because they're going to be, like, how we get things done in the world, how we spread our influence, how we take actions and complete missions. There's a lot of info on this screen. Just don't get overwhelmed. Bear with me. We'll get through it. At least, those of you who aren't already familiar with Terra Invicta. Those of you who are, please bear with me as I walk us through it so I can make sure we're all on the same page. That's cute. They've changed some of the UI since I was last here. That's very useful, actually. They've added more information, but in such a way that it's, like, better organized and less misleading. Wasn't this game made from the XCOM modders? I kinda know what to do. Yeah, this game is, this was made by the Long War team. They went and they founded, I think it's called Pavonis Interactive. Pavonis Interactive, I think, is the name of their studio, and they made Terra Invicta. This is their first standalone game. And my word, I mean, they just did so good. So well. So, this is essentially the character sheet of Paul here. You've got a list of the missions that Paul can do, which is broken up. This is new to me, but this is actually organized into what the relevant skills are, what resources can be used, how many of your counselors can do these missions, as well as the source, right? I believe. Yeah. I believe that's kind of the source of the ability, too. I'm not quite sure how this is being organized completely, but I like it. It's way easier to read than it used to be. Like, I feel like I can glance over here and get a good idea on what my counselor's capable of. Speaking of capabilities, of course, some of the most important features of our counselors are their attributes. It's basically D&D, but for the Illuminati. You've got persuasion, investigation, espionage, command, administration, and science skills, as well as security and apparent loyalty. Apparent loyalty is, actually a cover stat for true loyalty. we have to investigate our own counselors to see how loyal they are to us. But these are a score system from 0 to 25, right? 25 being the highest. Higher attributes get rolled against challenges, and then, higher numbers against challenges gives you a higher chance of success. It's very, very simple. Like, it's a simple little mechanic. It's just very granular, right? We've also got a list here of the monthly incomes from this counselor. Like, these are some big shots. This isn't like an XCOM soldier where it's just one person with a gun. This is a diplomat. Like, this is a sitting, like, American diplomat with, like, a position in government. And you can see that down here in traits. They've got resources on call that they can bring to our organization, either through their own personal connections or organizations that we give them, right? So you've got monthly incomes, this is just a summary of all of that. Money, influence, ops, we'll get into what all that means later. Next, you've got traits down here, right? Some of these are pretty self-explanatory. This is a member of government, as we mentioned. A member of government with official government status means that this individual can control government orgs, right? Government organizations. So this American diplomat, for example, we could give, I think the U.S. Special Forces Group, we could give them command of it if we bought this. That's just kind of how it works, This is a kind of a tag, alright? Unfortunately, they are indulgent, and they're spending a lot of our money. That's unfortunate. You've got lots of little things here. Inscrutable. Apparent loyalty is always going to be set to 12, and they can't inspire another counselor. Never seems to express a strong opinion. Great. Streetwise. A little bit harder to pin down when in their home country. Cool, cool, cool. And an opinion leader. Okay. So their respected, commentator, on public affairs whose words reach many in free nations. So they're influential, but because they're a public figure, they're a little easier to find. And they have more persuasion when a certain score in nations is at least 6. I believe that is the democracy score, I believe is what that symbol is. And so that's just like a little run through Paul here, right? He's 57, he's a little bit on the old side, he may die partway through this game of old age. Oof. They can gain experience, we can upgrade them, we're not getting too deep into that. We're also not going to touch orgs until we can actually buy some. And I'm curious, we've got Fedor here. A Russian politician, that's an interesting combination that we're starting out with. So, your first counselor is going to be from the country you're playing in. So I will always start with an American counselor of some kind. Yeah, poor Paul won't see the end of this war. That's probably very true. Poor Paul. Fedor, though, is only 33. Fedor might live through this war, actually. Fedor is a politician. I like the politician class. They've got some very useful missions over here. They're very good at their job. Good persuasion. An addict, which is going to hurt their security long term, so they're going to be pretty easy to kill. Poor Fedor may not see the end of this war if we don't fix that. Indulgence? My guys are just spending all my money. Of course, the Russian is an alcoholic. Oh no. Well, at least they're affluent, so they can pay for all the alcohol. But they're indulgent, so they're spending my money. Also inscrutable. So I've got these two, like... Earthbound refuses to travel to space. That's fine, you're a politician, you don't need to go to space. Not for a long time, anyhow. And a demagogue. That could be useful. He's gonna do really well in countries that are, like, divided and less educated. Like, stirring up unrest and stuff. Ooh. Okay, okay. I mean, these are two starting counselors we can roll with. I like that they both have inbuilt influence income. That's really good early on. Them taxing my money is gonna hurt a little bit, but we deal, right? Not like we have much choice. It's just funny, I've got, like, these two, like... I've got, like, a politician and a diplomat from Russia and America who are spending all my money. Like, they joined the resistance and are like, yeah, we gotta get the aliens, and also that new hot tub, you know? And neither of them can express a clear opinion. Isn't Russia kind of like that in this game? You know? Let's check. Let's go into the next part, because we haven't even discussed opening strategy. Now, at least on normal difficulty, this is a game that, if you know what you're doing, you can make most anything work. There's a lot of options. But, oh god, I zoomed out too far again. Here, I'll just stay here, okay? We'll stay at this level, so I don't leave Earth again on accident. So, you can make anything work. You could come down here, grab South America. Okay, there, I was able to zoom out a little bit more. You could, like, grab Brazil and all of South America and turn it into, like, a super nation if you wanted, you know? Long-term plan, you could make that work. But in terms of most viable strategies, and we are playing this game to win it, it's not an easy game by any means, even on normal, and we're playing on veteran. I'm not even sure what that's gonna do. You generally go for, I think, a few opening strategies. One is a superpower strategy. In this, the game is very much modeled on real life, current year, as of when the game came out, which was like last year, geopolitics, right? Including the relative economies of these countries, boiled down into things like investment points, you've got strife, democracy ratings, nuclear stockpiles, lots and lots of info that we don't need to dive too deep into. I think you can... It's a pretty safe bet to go for controlling a superpower like America or China, which is kind of a rising superpower. With just a little bit of guidance, they hit pretty hard. Oh, is it actually possible to completely unite humanity? Never saw that. I think functionally, late game you can. It's just, you're going to always have a really hard time, I think, completely pushing another organization off the planet, just because they're always going to pick up and move somewhere else. If you manage to take out the initiative stronghold, like, you know, where they're, like, you know, a stronghold isn't like a game mechanic, but say the initiative's, like, locked into Europe, and you manage to push them out of there, they're going to pick up their resources, they're probably going to be really hurt by it, and they might move to, like, little easy-to-take countries in Africa or something. Functionally, they're out of the game, but, you know, they're not dead. There's no way to wipe them out. So, uniting humanity is a pretty long path. I think it's possible, but maybe not viable, if that makes sense. But we're sure as hell gonna try. So you can go for like a China strategy. There's a strategy as well where you unite the European Union, and that can be very good. Oh, uniting under one nation. I don't know. I know you can make like super nations and like really grow them out. I don't know how big they get though, because this game does have a claims system, right? I would imagine, you know, that sounds like something that's probably not too far off. Yeah, I'm thinking about it, maybe. Maybe. Because I know that, yeah, like, you can definitely unite, like, the continents into, like, giant nations and stuff. And, like, there's all sorts of super nations. And I'm sure that there's some trick to merging them together. Yeah, we can check later in the research tree, see how far it goes. So, you know, there's strategies where you take China, there's strategies where you take Europe, Russia, there's some, like, there's always strong strategies where you could take, like, two major countries as well, like, you could take India and pair it with something, Japan and pair it with something, and just generally have a good time. So, we need to think about the strengths of our starting counselors and kind of turn that into a strategy, I think, is our first step, as we still have not taken the first turn of the game. We've got an opinion leader who does well where... I need to figure out what that icon is. Yeah. So, does well in, like, areas where your government, like your democracy score, is 6 or higher. Which is, like, mostly gonna be, like, Europe. You can do well in the US, like, almost okay in Mexico. You could work on the democracy there a little bit. So, Paul here, our American diplomat, performs well in democratic countries.
Ready.
Fedor, however, performs well in less educated nations and nations that are not very cohesive. So, if you come back over to the United States, you know, it's got a pretty advanced education score, but it is polarized. So you'd get a bonus and a debuff there. You'd have a slight advantage in the United States. Would do okay in Mexico. Would do poorly in Canada. What about Europe? Would perform pretty poorly in Europe, but would intriguingly not actually do very well in Russia. Yeah, that's what I thought too, Venus. I thought he would do really well in Russia. But, you know, they've got some decent education here, and the main thing is this cohesion. You're not getting the cohesion bonus. Very cohesive. Interesting. That's not quite what I expected. Huh. So Russia's probably off the table for our starting counselors, because I think both of them get pretty severe debuffs. And what we're interested in early, one of your top early game skills is going to be persuasion, because persuasion's how you get people on your side, specifically shaping the opinions, as it says, of others to be more in tune with Resistance's goals. We want to gain control of some countries. How does that work? Like, what are we thinking of here? What are we doing? These little circles here are probably pretty scary looking. They were pretty freaky to me when I first started. I was like, oh my god, what are all these circles everywhere? They're different colors. They've got symbols on them. I was like, what the heck am I getting myself into? But the circles are not very scary. These represent control points. That's it. The colors don't mean anything, they're just colored after the nation they're a part of. Bigger nations have more control points. They represent those key little levers of power, right, in a country that can be used to steer it in certain directions. As you gain more control points, you gain more and more control over that country. You get to extract more resources from it, a bigger share of the pie. You can set national priorities using them. That kind of deal, you know? There's a little bit more that goes into them, but that's like the pretty simple version, right? In order to gain control of these, we need to convince the people that run these different areas. Like here, we have a Chinese control point, their defense sector. We would like need to convince, you know, the people in that sector that, hey, you know, the resistance is pretty cool. You should work with us. You know, we need to convert key people to our side. Right? We're not running around saying we're the resistance, we're planting our flag in a country and taking it over to the world. We are just doing some behind the scenes rearrangements. Yeah, we can also coup governments. That's another thing. You don't necessarily have to be nice about how you take these over. Oh my god. Whew. I've never seen this before. So, there's some starting public opinion in different places. And it's a little bit randomized. I have never seen the Academy start with so much public opinion in China. China's usually so hard to take, but god, the Academy would have an easy time of it. Anyhow, we're getting distracted. We need to figure out where we're going. China's also probably not a great place for us. None of our people have bonuses here. Europe could be interesting. Frankly. Honestly, yeah. Europe could be interesting. It's divided and competitive enough that our demagogue would be able to do some work in a few places, you know, without getting too severe of bonuses. Like, he'd be really good in France, actually. It's a little bit weird that the Russian politician's gonna be really well suited for France, but, like, he's gonna get a +3 bonus here. So you could go France, your other guy could come in and work on Germany. The United Kingdom is a similar story. Okay, so we're kind of well suited to moving into Europe. As a European, you're a big fan? Okay. I've never actually done a EU strategy before. It'll be interesting, but I think I'm happy to give it a shot. Sure. How about that?
Where do you need me?
So for my first turn, I'm gonna send Paul to go investigate the alien crash site in Kenya, right over here. Right? We got a little crash site. This is not something you have to do on your first turn.
We'll see what we can find.
But there's not much reason
I'm
to
here.
wait unless you've got, like, super pressing other priorities. Oh, you're German, by the way. Well, we'll make sure to bring Germany into the fold, then. Let's see. So, Fedora's probably not going to be well-suited to Germany. I mean, would do okay. Would get, like, a +1 bonus when all is said and done. But France... we could do France to start out. So, what we're gonna do, I keep clicking on them for some reason. That's not what I need to do. Is we're gonna do public campaigns. We start with decent public opinion in France. That's pretty nice. That's gonna help out. What we need to do is we need to raise public opinion, and that, you can kind of see. Here, if I go over the ocean, it's easier to read. You can see how the challenge system in this game works, right? This is what's going to kind of bring together, I think, a lot of what we've talked about with the attributes and, like, the scores and stuff. You can see our counselor operating in France, doing this public campaign, is going to have a plus 10 against it, right? This is 10 points going into this challenge. You can see the breakdown. Fedor has 7 persuasion. He's pretty persuasive, you know? And he's getting a plus 3 bonus as a demagogue because France is currently a pretty competitive society. Cool. And the challenge is a 5.4 just because of the population size of France. And the reason that we're rolling against population size is because we're doing a public campaign. We are reaching out to the people and saying, you know, and trying to influence public opinion. You know, we're booking shows on, you know, late night talk shows and, you know, getting radio appearances and putting out ads that mold the public opinion into being more amenable towards the resistance. So we're gonna set that up.
We must persuade the people.
And Fedor's gonna get to work there. And that's almost a first turn. It'll go faster shortly, I promise. Yo, those aliens may be scary, that's right. We're gonna put out like an ad campaign that's like, do you know where your kid is? You know, like the 10 p.m. ad campaigns from however many years ago. But instead of it being like shadowy figures walking around in the dark, it's like the alien ship burning through the atmosphere. And we're gonna make people afraid. Not genocidally afraid, just afraid, you know? So, there's a couple more things we need to talk about. You may have noticed it already, you know, but we've got money, influence, and ops. We've got other resources up here too, but that's what I'm gonna hone in on right now, because they're important, in our short term. I think we're about to try spending some. So, cash is pretty self-explanatory. You spend it to buy things that cost money. You also get it from things that make money. This is orgs, again, organizations. There's some that make money, there's some that don't make money. Yes, even when defending mankind, capitalism, unfortunately. This just kind of represents the liquidity of our organization, right? Our ability to throw money at problems. We had the option, I'm not going to do it because we've actually got a really good chance here of doing a successful public campaign, but you can boost, if we look, you can spend money on the campaign, and each point you put into it, so if we put 1 tick of money, that's 10 money, into this, you get +1 score. It's that simple. You put in another tick, oh, look at that. 2 score. We don't have a whole lot of money income right now. Money is kind of important, so unless it's like a super important campaign, I don't think I'm gonna spend anything on it. Another thing that's notable about this scrolling thing, where you can spend the resources, you can see that it actually doubles. So, first tick is 10, 20, 40, 80, 160, representing the universal truth that that you can't just throw money at your problems. You know, there's a point where you can't throw any more money at a problem in order to actually make it any better, you know? There's diminishing returns, basically, right? A little bit of money to help this public campaign is pretty good. A massive amount of money may be overkill. Like, it'll help, just not as much as a little bit. Next up, similarly, right, again with the same underlying mechanics, it's just spent on different things, is influence. Influence represents soft power, right? It's not cold hard cash, it's, you know, having a good word in at the right place, you know, knowing the right guy, having a favor, you know? The aliens aren't like those sexy snake women from XCOM. Don't be fooled. An ad from the Resistance. We're gonna have to get you writing our Resistance ads. I think you're better at it than I am. So, this is soft power. Influence. You spend it how you would expect to. When push comes to shove, and we need to control nodes in nations. Oh my goodness, we already have a 60% here? You give him one influence, he could do a 69% roll. Actually, forget the public campaign.
We'll bring this nation to our side.
Forget the public campaign, that's really good. Like, a first turn, like, 60% roll against France is, like, nice. And then we'll get the other fellow over here to start doing, like, public campaigns to help that out. Actually, I think I'll do that instead of the public campaign, frankly. But you can see, like, you don't throw money at control points, right? The trade unions, the mass media, the legislature, the executive, they've got money, right? You know, they've got money. Throwing money at them isn't gonna help, but throwing a good word, maybe a choice, you know, illicit picture here and there, you know, being able to get that, you know, private dinner or special meeting. You know, you throw in, you call in some favors, and it gets more likely to succeed, right? That's how that works. Is it worth it to throw anything at this right now? Probably not. We probably do this without using influence. You also use influence to recruit counselors, which is what I need to save my influence for here on our first turn, is we need more counselors. We'll discuss that in just a moment. I swear we're gonna play the game soon. I think there's just a lot to talk through here on our first turn. There's a lot to consider. Ops is the final resource. We spent a little bit of it earlier. We paid a flat fee of 5 to go investigate the alien crash. Ops is basically XCOM points. This is, you send the guys with guns in, and they get stuff done for you, alright? It's our ability to conduct small-scale combat and espionage operations. This is not like military invasions. This is, again, the XCOM squad. You send in an XCOM squad, you pay ops points in order to do so. You know, currently we got the boys down here in Kenya running security on the crash site, that kind of deal. Ops is a little trickier to acquire. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. But this is what you use to murder people, basically, is what I'm saying. Before I hit this confirm assignments button, there's one more thing. There's one more thing. There's two more things. Oh god. Now, we're coming back to this in a moment. There's research, and I want to look at my counselors. I want to look at recruits. Yeah, we're the council giving the commander jobs. Exactly. We're the council, you know, the shadowy figures from XCOM. We're calling up the commander and saying, listen, there's a bomb in India. We need you to go defuse it. Okay. Do we want a first turn counselor? Alright, do we want a first turn counselor? Yes. Can we afford a first turn counselor? Why would we want one? Well, it's action economy, right? It's action economy. The Resistance Council, these counselors are, again, your bread and butter. They go out into the world and get things done. Our opponents are getting things done too, right? The aliens, the other organizations, there are 7 other organizations out there in the world, all doing crazy nonsense, right? It's spooky. So we need to get to work, right? We need to actually get boots out there, you know, into drawing rooms and courtrooms and briefing rooms and all kinds of rooms, and we needed to get stuff done in order to advance our cause. So it's very helpful to get another person out there doing actions. There's a lot of value to do so early. I want to fill out the Resistance Council as soon as possible. So we need to find somebody suitable. We need to find somebody who's going to help us get the job done. So right now, our primary objective is probably going to be Eurifying. And then I mixed my words. Unifying the European Union. From all the factions, the alien sympathizers and the Illuminati would be the most dangerous for mankind, honestly. Exactly. We've especially got to put a stop to them. Letting the Illuminati get control? Ugh. So we need more people. We just do. We just do. However, who are we gonna get? Some of these operatives cost 30 influence. We can get them right now. A couple of them cost more, so we're gonna have to ignore them. We're looking for people who are young enough to survive the invasion. You're kind of rooting for Germany forming the EU eventually? Okay. I think that can be arranged. I'm kind of rooting for it too, honestly. We get a journalist. So all of these different people have different, they have different stats, different traits. The most important thing is they have different jobs, right? So we already have a diplomat and a politician. They have different missions from, say, an operative. Operatives shoot people. And they're pretty damn good at it, honestly. Yeah. Not only do we need to focus our council on being able to get the current job done, we also need a council that is able to long-term complete multifarious objectives, right? Yeah, we could build a council that is only good at convincing people to join our cause, and we would probably expand very quickly. However, then what do you do when an alien shows up and needs to be shot, right? If you don't have a shooter. Like, Yongqing here would be a pretty darn good shooter, right? Good espionage, decent command, has access to most of the missions that we need, has purge, ooh. Investigation's really good. I'm kind of liking you. An addict, unfortunately, it's fine, spend my money. Survivor. Affluent. Okay, so at least you're paying for your drugs. You're not taking it out of XCOP's pocket. Unifier? Gives you some monthly income. Lets you stabilize and advise. So it unlocks some missions for you that you otherwise wouldn't have. That's interesting. That is kind of interesting. Okay. Like, you don't need persuasion on this operative, but that's kind of interesting. Enemy of the state is pretty harsh, but we're not going to be operating in... Where are you from? China. Hometown, Wuhan, China. An enemy of the Chinese state faces imprisonment or execution in their home nation, so they can't go there. That's a pretty harsh limitation, but so long as we aren't going to China, that should be fine, honestly. That's not part of our strategy. Ooh. That's useful. Always means exactly what he or she says. Apparent loyalty is set to loyalty. So we always know how loyal this operative is. That's good, especially since they could be our investigator. They could investigate our other operatives and keep eyes on them. Undercover, they're harder to find. And they're suspicious. They're naturally inclined to distrust others. They're good at not being found. Yeah, they're just good. The only thing they can't do is they can't inspire, but frankly, they don't need to. I think that this operative's like on our list to hire, actually. They're pretty darn good. I'm gonna flip through here real quick. See if we've got anybody else who's like really good. Ethical is an ethical journalist. Good for you. Need more of those. Famous. Pretty persuasive. Otherwise, not too... decent investigation. Can inspire. Not too old. Interesting. A yes man. You're not very good. You don't have very many missions as an activist. Like, very, very persuasive, just by default. Like, pretty influential, but also kind of garbage mission selection. Can't afford the diplomat. The tech mogul. Veteran. Spends all my money, but also makes enough money back to cover that. Okay, cool. Connected. Ethical. I'm sounding very critical when I'm talking about ethical. It's not all bad. You get a little bit more persuasion in some countries, right? You know, where things aren't super unequal. The problem is that if you ever commit an atrocity, they lose loyalty. We're playing as the Resistance, so I'm not planning on committing atrocities, but they happen occasionally. Oh, I don't like this one. You're averse. Cannot perform missions in nations where strife where, like, unrest, basically, is 6 or higher. So will not go to, like, war zones and stuff. And your stats kind of suck. I think you're out. Kingpin. If we wanted to get a criminal element to our organization, this is where you would go. Influential, but will steal from us. Great, just like all my other employees. We're not gonna kill some civilians, right? We're gonna try not to. Comes with a crew. So that's default ops income. That's actually really good. 1 monthly ops income doesn't seem like a lot compared to, like, influence and money income, right? But that's actually really good. Paranoid. It's the better version of averse, because at least then you get stats for it. I don't know, for a kingpin you kinda suck. Honestly, probably pass on you. And we've got another operative here. This is another Chinese operative, but this one actually works for the government, which has some interesting implications. Oh, I did not mean to click out of that. Go back. Yan Fei, a survivor, pretty darn good security on you. I'd say your stats are way worse than the other operative. You start with hard target, but we can give hard target. I think the only thing that this operative does better than the other one, well, you're a little younger, but this one, Yongqing should be young enough, probably. It's like you have government status, so you can take government organizations. Do you want government organizations? I mean, on an operative, they can be pretty darn good. That's the thing, is, like, on an operative, government orgs are, like, really, really good. It's just that your starting stats are going to be way worse. But your security's better. You start with some interesting picks here. interesting. There's an argument for both of them. You could give her like the FBI and CIA. We could. I think what is gonna make my decision here is the fact that I'm not planning on operating in China this game for a very, very long time. And by the time that I get to that point, I could probably remove enemy of the state if I needed to. I think starting out, I just want a good operative to keep tabs on my own people, and we'll roll from there. Or I take the journalist. The journalist is way less exciting, but the journalist also helps us out right now by being able to public campaign literally anywhere and inspire my people for a while. I can also investigate. We're taking a long time. This is the way this game is gonna be. It's like these little decisions just take a long time. I'll tell you what. I mean, if that's what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take the operative. I'm gonna take the operative. I'm gonna take Yongqing, the enemy of the state operative. I think that she has a lot of potential. Non-decline. Confirm. Welcome to the team. You get access instantly.
Ready for orders.
Then I can bring you over here then. And start like rolling for control of France. Don't want to spend any influence on that.
We'll bring this nation to our side.
Reporting in.
And then your first job can go would be
Investigating alien
investigating
site.
the crash site. That, I think, is our first turn. Oh no, I've got to do research. Darn it. There's always one more thing. This is the last thing, I swear. Research is interesting in this game. There's global research and there's council, like your personal research. Do not fall for the snakes. They won't be your wife. They just suffocate you. Yes, a very qualified, not paid off journalist said that. You're right. I'm gonna go ahead and start out by dedicating my research to Skywatch. So the way that this system works is you've got 3 global researches. After these first 3, whoever the top contributor is in an individual category when it completes gets to select the next research, right? So investing in global research not only helps everybody, like helps humanity in general, but also can afford you some control over the research priorities of humanity. And then engineering projects are your personal research so that you can do specific things, right? That's the simple version. Starting out here, I don't have any interesting council projects unlocked. I've just got some repeatables that aren't very efficient. They're just ways to get, like, turn research into, like, resources up here. I don't care. I don't care about those. So instead, I'm gonna go for Skywatch. I'm gonna go for Skywatch because of a special interaction that happens when you go down the Skywatch tree. Just a little glimpse of the future regarding our dear enemies here in Europe, the Academy. I could do with them being a touch less popular. And with that, zoom back in. We're ready. Let's go. Unpause, and now, oh wow, would you look at that? It's real time. You can just go up to 5 speed, and things will happen. Alright, the first turn will play out. 1 humanity? The I can't read. The growing realization that we are not the sole sapient species in the universe is causing many to see their fellow humans in a new light, leading to hopes that we can overcome our capacity for strife to address the alien arrival as one people. Let us try to set aside our differences and go forward together. Event unlocked. Wave of Fear triggers the following conditions. All nations gain 1 cohesion. Oh no! Oh, that means that our Russian politician's not gonna be able to get their bonus. Darn it, I got played. Oh no, I forgot that that happens. How dare humanity get along with each other? Oh well. This event I knew was happening. This one's a little more important. So the UN Security Council meets. They've met to discuss the alien arrival. Unfortunately, the hoped-for show of international unity did not materialize, with China, Russia, and the United States accusing each other of hiding knowledge about the alien crash and preventing full access to the site. We have an opportunity to shape events to our advantage, even making our case directly to the nations of the world. However, the eyes of the world on these meetings, our counselor's risk of exposure to our enemies is extremely high. So you've got 3 choices here. Right? This is kind of risk versus reward. You can remain in the shadows and just not speak up at the Security Council meeting. Right? And no information about your organization gets out to the enemy. You remain invisible for a time longer. If you're worried about enemy operatives trying to, like, snipe your people, which they can, remaining in the shadows can be a strong pick. Quietly steering support to the resistance will give a small public opinion boost around the world, as you kind of manipulate events to your advantage, without openly stating, we are the resistance, right? Like that's ever gonna happen, Shrek. Yeah, you know, good point, Shrek. And you get a little bit of influence just right off the top. Alright, this I think reveals that the resistance exists to the world. Like, not to the world, but like to the other organizations, but doesn't necessarily reveal your operatives. On the other hand, you can deliver your manifesto to the world. Standing up, your counselors, I imagine, just stand up at the UN Security Council meeting, like Paul, our diplomat, is sitting there, like, stands up and says, I represent the Resistance, an organization that wants to defend us against the aliens. And you just go off. And yeah, the people around the world will like that, you'll get some influence, but also everybody's gonna know about your operatives, their current location, their jobs, their social security numbers. And if they want to come and whack somebody, they can. It would be pretty epic, wouldn't it? It would be. Just to come out and say that we are the Resistance. I think my main concern...
Prepping for mission.
Fedor
Mission
in particular
progress.
has 1 security.
Mission in progress.
I will report when my mission is complete. Prepping for mission.
If we do deliver our manifesto to the world, we're probably gonna have to hit the dirt for a turn right after this in order to be safe. Because I think assassins will come after my people. I think they will try to kill me. But that would be a lot. That would be a nice public opinion boost throughout Europe. I think we're just gonna come right out and say it, actually. I don't usually do this pick, but I agree, it would be pretty epic. Paul is going to deliver our manifesto to the world.
They are not life forms
Oh.
or xenosapiens. They are demons incarnate. They and the traitors who support them will face our judgment.
Now we will get to meet everybody who chose the same thing, and it would appear that across the hall, Colonel Hans Castillo also stands up and says, yes, we should kill all the aliens. And Paul kind of squints at him and says, yeah, totally, bro. Whatever you say. So, humanity first has apparently revealed itself. These are our friends. Kind of. These are the... They want to kill aliens, but their reasons are very different. As he says here in his opening quote, Hans Castillo is racist against aliens. I think that the aliens could literally have shown up with completely peaceful intent and he would still want to kill them. This guy is a genocidal maniac. He is not actually our friend. He is a competitor. He will probably work with us on killing aliens, but that's about where our alliance ends, right? He is also totally willing to kill anybody who stands in his way. Humanity First is an extremist organization. They are extremely dangerous. We do need to keep an eye on them. And they're the only ones that came out. Good for them.
We found something.
We have completed our investigation of alien activity. We've learned some useful stuff about the UFO crash site. We'll get a small bonus to our xenology research going forward, and this will complete our first objective.
We have found something, Commander.
Oh, despite heavy security, we were able to obtain some surveillance records of the crash site, as well as a small quantity of debris. We should have a project ready for research shortly. So we get some influence because we know about aliens, and that makes us influential. I'd want to buddy up to anybody that knows about aliens. Like, this just makes sense to me. And we got a little bit of just flat-out research, which will get dumped into Skywatch. And when it becomes available, we are to research alien signatures. Very cool. People of the world, as wonderful as these news are, we must be cautious. We have to prepare in case these aliens are indeed hostile. Yet we should immediately take up arms and... Yeah, then Castillo just jumps in and says, yeah, we should kill them all. Okay. Alien signatures just unlocked. This will let us detect alien abductions on Earth, because it would not be an alien game without abductions. I'm just gonna set this to eat up like a little chunk of my research. It's not a super high priority. We can kind of drag our feet on it a little bit. Like, we're gonna get more science done, right? We're gonna get more science when we get control of France. We'll explain that in a little bit.
Our presence is growing.
Speaking of, we've now Gosh, Fedor just does not care. He's like, wow, like, the people got way more unified here recently, and my whole shtick of being a demagogue is literally working against me, but I'm gonna succeed on the 33% roll anyhow, Commander. Good job, buddy. He's also been spotted.
Our presence is growing.
Oh, that's so lucky. And Paul is gonna hit the 55% chance. I do love how you can see what you rolled. I really like this. I think the Long War devs know that that's how a lot of people like to play XCOM, is knowing like how close you are on a roll. Just a binary success failure isn't enough. The feedback is nice. That's huge. 2 control points in France right at the beginning of the game is a great start. And now we may recruit our faction's management team. As we stand up resistance operations, we are selecting our internal management team to help oversee our affairs. While we are gathering personnel from a variety of disciplines, at your direction, we will emphasize a particular specialty. So this is going to provide us a basic income. Right? What do we want to focus on? We could get lobbyists and influencers. We could have a TikTok and make memes about the aliens. and we will get influence from that every month. This is basically picking out like our default like income, right? It's gonna be kind of an early strength for us. We can get actually qualified people instead of TikTokers, and we could get scientists and engineers. Why can't these XCOM units hit a big slow flesh monster 5 feet in front of them? So this actually gives us a really nice monthly research income. Like, scientists and engineers is really good, wow. That's tempting. You can get officers and operators. This, I think, really suits a more aggressive kind of opener. You're gonna get 3 monthly ops income, which is a lot. So I guess if you wanted to go on a shooting spree with your, like, your assassins and stuff and just whack enemy operatives here everywhere, this is probably the pick for you. You also don't have any ops income, like, starting off, so I think it is a strong pick in that sense. Interesting. And you could get financiers and investors if you want more money, so you can maybe buy some starting orgs. We haven't even talked orgs yet. Oh my gosh. I'm kind of between officers and scientists. If we're recreating XCOM, I think those are the appropriate choices. The Resistance's monthly research income increases by 15 is so good, though, especially early. Like, that's just going to secure a research slot for us, right? Ops income is cool. I think I can buy ops income more easily than I can research. I think I'm going to go scientists and engineers. We already have Bradford in the form of Fiona. We're gonna bring Valen and Shen onto the team. We're gonna get a big boost to our monthly research, and that's gonna really speed up our efforts. Cool. And that's the end of the first turn. That's all there is to it. It should speed up a lot from here. Yeah, things are more cohesive. Good for you. Bleh. Inequality's going down. Interesting. So this is France. Welcome to it. We have gained control of 2 control points. We now control the trade unions and the mass media. So we can start to control the country. We don't have full control. You know, we can't declare war yet. I'm with the science team? That's right. We're with the science team. So we can... Goodness. I don't think I need nukes. Army is interesting, but we'll come back to it. So there's a pip system down here. Again, this looks complicated, but all this is each pip is just weighting the amount that gets spent on a particular category. What are we spending? We're spending the country's investment points. So this represents the country's economy and how much it's able to invest into itself. Which is kind of cool, right? You know? It's kind of nifty. So there's a lot here. There's economy, which you invest into the economy and get it to grow, right? Welfare helps fight inequality and also fight greenhouse gas emissions, because yes, global warming is modeled. Yeah, it's pretty much funding, right? That's what this is. As opposed to funding, which is the money that we get out of the country, right? Let's see, knowledge is important. That's going to boost your education and your monthly research here. Unity will help keep that cohesion up. I don't think we need to invest directly in that. It's currently above its resting rate. You know, all these scores do different little things. I'm not going to dive too deep into the weeds on it, but 5 is a pretty good score. Gets you pretty nice little bonuses and stuff, especially to, like, your research, especially. I think a little bit of money into military, nothing into spoils. Spoils is basically stealing from the country. This is what the filthy capitalists do. Elites want to steal from the country and direct investment points into their pocket. We can get a little cut of that, right? We can get a little cut of that and get some quick money, but it's going to damage the country. It's going to raise inequality, it's going to lower your democracy score, and it's going to produce a lot more greenhouse gases. So we're not going to do that. Funding doesn't impact the country, it impacts how much we get paid for controlling the country. So I think I can cut that for now. Boost. That's the next thing we need to talk about. Boost is interesting. Boost is very interesting. France might end up being our boost center, strange as that sounds. We need to talk about this. So what this is, boost is a representation of your ability to move things into orbit. You're also not such a big fan of capitalism too, yeah? I am not. I am not a fan. I am definitely a communist, so oh, come on, zoom back in, go. I want to show something. It's terrible, it's imperialism, but it's gonna help us. So Boost represents our ability to move things into low Earth orbit, right? I think there's a number that this is supposed to represent. It's like a certain 10 metric tons. Yeah, one boost is 10 metric tons of material into low Earth orbit. You need boost, especially early game. You need to establish a space economy eventually in this. Is kind of our long-term goal. Now, France is not in and of itself well positioned to produce boost. Due to science reasons, along the equator, it is way easier to launch things into space. Right? We're just going to sum that up as science reasons. If you want to find out why, maybe stop by a Kerbal Space Program stream or something. Because I can't explain it. But the closer you are to the equator, the better it is to launch rockets. Right? They have French Guiana, though. Yes, that's what I realized. The French are, well, it's a country with a long history of imperialism, and it is terrible. In fact, pretty heinous. However, it's going to be rather helpful for us. As you can see, Centre Spatial Guyanus is a massive spaceport owned by the French in South America, because they never gave up this little bit of land. And so they can actually, you can invest into boost in France, which I think is what we should do. And that will actually build more here very efficiently. You can see that it costs, what? That investing 2 investment points gets you about 0.2 something, anywhere from 0.22 to 0.38 boost per year. If you build it, you know, with France, which is basically building here almost on the equator. And then if you try to do it here in Germany, which newsflash, is not on the equator. Oh gosh, they don't even have a working spaceflight program. Find somebody else. The UK. Does the UK have holdings down there? They might. Canada. No. I need to find a good example. America has, like, you know, launch complexes in Florida. Russia. Yeah, you can see it here in Russia. Russia has a spaceflight program, but is nowhere close to the equator. Right? And so, you can see in this little pop-up I have down here, you know, with the mouse, right? That investing 2 investment points into this only nets you, like, 0.16 to 0.22 boost per year, which is way, way less. It's just so much more efficient to build on the equator. Wait, do they actually have a space thingy there in real life too? They do. In fact, it is basically the reason that France has not given up this slice of territory. Is they realized how much value it has for the space program. They refuse to give it up to this day. So, yep. So we'll take advantage of that. We'll take advantage of their imperialism. Oh. Ew. The initiative's moved into Europe. So far, I don't see anybody else here. But the initiative is moving into Italy. They're one of our competitors. We don't know what they do yet. I mean, I do, but you don't, so...
Ready to go.
I'm not gonna
Service.
Spoil it too much.
Your orders?
Interesting. That's okay. We're gonna take a little bit.
Going off the grid.
We're gonna go to ground.
Standing by.
You can see here on our portrait that we've got these symbols of the other organizations here. And this shows a list of enemy factions we believe have detected this counselor at some point. Because we kind of went before the Security Council and detailed the plan of our organization, they currently know about all of our operatives.
Initiating deep cover.
So I'm just gonna go have a party in Berlin and hope that they don't find me. Going to ground
At your service.
is going to make us super hard to detect and should make them lose our trail. Right? So we're not going to get much done this turn, besides messing with France's economy. But that's kind of important. I'm going to focus on having France build boost as opposed to mission control. Yeah. Let's see how this works. We want GDP to go up, unrest to go down, inequality to go down, education to go up. Those are kind of our goals, you know? We'll see. We'll see. We'll have to fiddle with it a little bit. We only own one country, so that's doable. Oh, and I need to get a new counselor. We have what we need for that, actually. Right here. We could get that journalist we were talking about, but we could also now afford the other diplomat, like the more expensive people. So what are you? Just another diplomat. You're nothing special. This celebrity is very persuasive. Ooh, goodness. Look at that monthly income, oh my word. Actually makes us a little bit of money. Is averse, unfortunately, as Pollyanna. Yeah. This is basically a walking... Oh, it has decent administration, too, which lets you hold on to orgs. It could just be a public campaign bot, honestly. And then Inspire, too. Young. We've got a young Chinese celebrity here. Sure. Sure. They'll pay themselves off and influence pretty darn quick, too. So it's not like an unsound investment. They're a new person, so we haven't revealed their identity to the world just yet. So we could bring them over here and maybe start public campaigning in France to get our control up there. Secure France, move into Germany, maybe? Sure. That seems like a sound plan. Alright, I think that's everything. We've got a timeline here, also on the side, but this is just reviewing everything that we've seen happen, so don't worry about it too much. Can you hold an org? There's no orgs available that are interesting to us, so we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Yo, join the resistance for some reason. For some social credit. I don't think that they're going to be very happy with us, the Chinese government, considering that we have an enemy of the state on our employ.
Evading pursuit.
Evading pursuit.
I'd like to get some credit for
Our case remains unheard.
rolled an 89% here. Permanent assignment until it's done. Call me when it's done. Oh, what is this? New disease spreading. Global health watchdogs are reportedly highly alarmed at a new variant of Rift Valley fever, a Punya virus which can spread easily from human to human. Severe case symptoms can include liver failure, loss of vision, or even hemorrhagic fever. Even more worrisome is the tendency to cause miscarriage if infecting a pregnant person. There's currently no treatment or vaccine. The World Health Organization has declared the virus a public health emergency of international concern. I've never seen this event before. Yeah, we got another coronavirus. Oh boy. I want the public opinion boost, so I'm gonna provide some funding. We don't have a lot to throw around, but that feels like a good way to get a public opinion boost. Somebody came to Germany. My operatives are hiding in Germany. I think somebody may have followed them there. Europe's a busy place. Europe's a busy place this game. The servants have moved in. We haven't revealed the servants yet, so we won't talk about them, but they are enemy number 1. I will tell you that much. Okay. Well, new turn.
What's the up?
New turn here. How do I want to handle this? We have... Let's try and secure control of France. I can toss 4 influence at that. Now that we've hired all of our operatives, I'm willing to spend a little bit of influence here and there. 80% seems like a decent roll to me. If the aliens world be those snakes, I would consider joining these servants. Hey, do you guys got snake ladies by any chance? Let's see. Yeah, Demagog's gonna be working against you. That's a shame. That's a shame. Demagog's gonna be working against Fedor here for a while. Although, he still performs pretty well in some of the smaller countries. So we could just straight up take control of the Czech Republic without any prep, probably.
Establishing control.
Having control over neighboring nations gives you bonuses in influencing the politics of another nation, you know, that borders them. So, taking control of the little nations, too, would be good. Our operatives here. I would be interested in figuring out who this is.
Investigating target.
Who followed us here, and why? And actually,
Acknowledged.
come over here and start doing public campaign in Germany.
We must persuade the people.
Cool.
They are here to cleanse our sick world. The aliens are our saviors, and all who oppose them are enemies of the future.
Hey, I don't think they've got snakes. I think they've got space cult. I think it's a space cult. I don't think they've got snake ladies here. Germany won't bow to the aliens. That's right. We'll make sure of it. We're gonna make sure to kick the servants out. So introducing the servants, the other extremist organization, actually. So that's fun. We've got Humanity First encountered, who hates the aliens and wants to commit genocide against them, and you've got the servants, who literally worship them and will do whatever the aliens ask. This group has determined the aliens are of divine origin and has declared itself their heralds and defenders. They will do anything to help the alien cause. They are extremely dangerous. Our number
We
one
found nothing
enemy.
of note.
Try again.
The people will come to our side.
Hey, public opinion going up in Germany. The alien Sims.
We've gained significant support.
Good. Another point for us in France. Why don't you repeat that? Try and
still
take
lack
control of the
support.
executive. Ugh, Fedor critically failed and actually dropped public opinion. Great, thanks, buddy. It is an XCOM style. I mean, it is from the Long War devs who made an XCOM mod. Of course, you've got to be able to critically fail, right? You got to be able to miss the easy country. That looks okay though. Interesting. So far, no organizations I want to take over just yet. I'm gonna check back here every once in a while, at the beginning of every month. But so far, so good. How's the research coming? Oh, it's going along so well. We've invested a lot into Skywatch. We can probably cool down a little bit. What is the Long War about, actually? Long War, I think it's just about... I think it's just the XCOM mod fighting against the aliens, right? It's the same aliens as vanilla. I don't think it changes the story any. Oh, we're paused.
Surveillance complete.
We have identified an evangelist, Karwan Koi, affiliated with the servants. Okay. Duly noted.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
And here we go. We have completed alien signatures. There is no doubt extraterrestrial life has touched down on Earth. The many questions we have regarding its origin, its species, and its intent will have to wait. All that matters now is finding it. By cross-referencing reports of unusual events in the vicinity of the landing site with similar data from our global intelligence network, we have developed a tracking system able to reliably identify disappearances most likely resulting from alien activity. We got the corkboard out, and we got red lines all over it. We invested a lot in it, and don't make fun of us. Oh, I know the Long War mod is an XCOM mod, but I wonder what the mod changes. Oh, it adds... Gosh, a lot. It changes a lot. It takes, like, the 20-hour vanilla campaign and stretches it into, like, easily 100 hours. More missions, a rebalanced economy, a much more granular kind of tactical side by introducing more options, like different gun variants, more equipment types, changing up and adding a lot more variety to your troop, like, ability, like your level up stuff. Let's see. Rebalances the air game, arguably makes it a lot harsher in my opinion, but, you know, changes that up. And makes it so that, like, alien units can have, like, different perks and, like, upgrades, changes the alien economy, makes alien base assaults repeatable so that you can get countries back, just, oh, so much. You could think, I think, it was actually a vanilla dev, that can be quoted as saying that their game is basically a 20-hour tutorial for Long War. It just adds so much.
Commander, we appear to have an alien on the loose.
An alien on the loose? Goodness. Goodness gracious. Our studies of the crash site have determined that a motile sapient lifeform survived the crashdown and moved with purpose into the nearby wilderness. We have no footage of the creature, nor any further sighting reports. Worryingly, however, we are receiving reports of strange occurrences in nearby communities, including disappearances of both animals and people. So far, we have no hard evidence that these events are related to the alien arrival. But should our agents detect concrete evidence of abductions, we should investigate immediately, Supreme Commander. Oh, yes, see you in a little bit, Venus. So, oof. The aliens are doing things. So, we're supposed to conduct surveil location around areas of suspected alien activity, in order to try and find evidence of abductions. And we have a new objective. Our research division has been studying the fragments of debris our counselor recovered from the crash site. The volume of material is very small, but our researchers have nevertheless drawn some important conclusions. The debris is made of some kind of metallic alloy that is unusually hard and strong, with properties that do not fully match to anything that human engineering can reproduce. Several of our researchers suspect that some fraction of the substance may be of extrasolar origin. However, we have definitely established that the majority of the mass in the debris bears the unique signatures of our solar system's formation. In all likelihood, this ship was built somewhere within the orbit of our sun. If our analysis is correct, it suggests that the aliens have at least one base of operations within or very close to our solar system. Locating it would be a valuable intelligence windfall. This is a very simple objective to do. Just research Skywatch and Deep System Skywatch global techs, and then the Alien Origin project when it becomes available. That's just waiting for stuff to be done. And we've got another objective. This one's gonna take us a lot longer, I suspect. The more we learn about the aliens, the more our science teams are coming to feel that we are not as behind technologically as we initially feared. The alien designs are far more advanced than ours, and their materials science is particularly impressive, but the alien equipment seems for the most part to be compatible with our own scientific understanding. If we can gain access to some working examples of alien technology, our research division believes that they should be able to reverse engineer them. I recommend you select a small and vulnerable alien target that we can swiftly overwhelm, enabling us to loot the field and withdraw before the aliens can respond. So we now are to successfully engage and destroy an alien asset. This is not going to get done for a long time. That is a long-term objective. But so it goes. And select management research, but we're not going to do it. Let's focus on... I want to maintain control of this slot. That's looking pretty easy to do. Honestly, yeah, do a little bit of management research. What this is gonna do, there's a thing up here. This is your control point cap. It's calculated based off of like a flat value plus your administrator's skills. This is like how much you can control on Earth, right? Control points have a value based on the size of the country and the country's economy that will go against this cap, and if you go over this cap, you incur increasingly severe penalties. Management research is a very inefficient way to raise it, but, you know, I've got some spare science sitting around, so sure, why not? I usually end up doing 1 or 2 management researches anyhow to my memory, so sure.
We still lack support.
Missed by 4% there in France. Oof.
We've got our people in place.
But we do have control partly over the Czech Republic. That's cool. Awesome.
At your service.
I want to go surveil the crash site. I also want... Like, the persuasion team is just gonna be quietly working over here in Europe. Like, that's not very notable. It looks like the servants and the initiative are fighting over Korea right now. So that's fun. Good for them. It's a little scary, but I hope that the initiative maintains control over Korea because Korea's got a nuclear weapon. And I don't want the servants to have nukes. So I'd rather that the servants take control down here as opposed to the servants. If I take out this operative, or even detain them, that's gonna get easier. But right now it's pretty early. We probably leave this operative alone. It was good practice to come over here and find out who this was that was tailing us. We do know that this is an evangelist. Considering their high persuasion and that they're an evangelist, they were probably going to try and turn some of my counselors traitor when we revealed ourselves at the Security Council meeting. They were probably coming after one of my counselors to try and persuade, is what I'm thinking. So it's a good thing we went to ground, because traitor counselors are big trouble. I think I'm satisfied. I think we're gonna leave them alone for the moment. We're gonna come on down here to... here it is. To Kenya. We're gonna surveil the location where the
Initiating
crash
recon.
site was. We're gonna see if we can pick up on any happenings of an extraterrestrial nature. What's this? Ooh. Hello. Russia is coming under Academy control. The servants got a little bit in here, but the Academy seems to be favored to win. Good, actually. I'm glad to see that. The Academy, Russia has one of the oh, welcome back, Venus. Welcome back. The Academy is pretty peaceful, in the sense that they're probably not going to nuke people for no reason. These are the nerds, the scientists, right? We'll meet them later. But having them in control of Russia, which is, I think, the world's largest single nuclear stockpile, yeah, is good for world peace and us not dying in nuclear hellfire. Sums up my opinion on the matter.
Setting a watch.
Oh. Fun. We've detected xenoforms in the Nairobi region. We've detected what appear to be alien microbes and plants in the Nairobi region of Kenya. They are thriving and threaten to displace the native biota, which strangely does not seem to be resisting their advances to the degree we would expect. A direct application of force, either via a counselor mission or army operation, should be able to reduce or even eliminate its spread. We will begin preparations for a research project to better understand this phenomena. So, our surveillance has found alien plants. Yeah, Russia being under Academy is good because they aren't keen on nuking every single alien. Exactly. Good, we've unlocked the Alien Flora project. I'm gonna switch right on over to that, actually. It's a high priority for me. Yeah.
The trick is not to look directly at what you are trying to see. Offset your focal point somewhere to the side of where you think you noticed the movement. At night, the center of your vision doesn't work as well as during the day. I won't try to explain the science to you. What matters is you'll see whatever is out there before they see you. Colonel Hans Castillo, advising conscripts in Colombia.
Thank you, Colonel Hans Castillo. This is our first global research completed. And every global research has a quote from one of the, I'm gonna call them main characters of the game. Like, the leaders of the factions, right? It's kind of like, what's that Sid Meier's game? The space one that everybody loves. I've never played it. Full disclosure. Alpha Centauri? Is that what it is? Civilization 6. We do like Civ 6. I've played Civ 6. No, like the real old space, Civ. It got a remake that wasn't too good. But like the old ones, I think considered like a classic, and that had like quotes like this from the fictional characters in the game commenting on these new technologies, and it really brought them to life. So I think it's really good. It's a great way to learn about these characters. Again, the writing is so good in this game. For like a grand strategy writing is usually not particularly great, so the fact that we have identifiable characters with personalities just blows my mind. So we just finished Skywatch. This is important. The span of time humanity has spent in space is dwarfed by the span of time humanity has been interested in it. Earliest records of the telescope date to the turn of the 17th century, with regular advancement made every century thereafter. It therefore follows that, on the shoulders of programs such as SETI, we consolidate our resources into a unified observation and surveillance program so we can maintain active, constant surveillance on the nearer parts of the solar system. So this is going to allow all factions to track alien vessels and structures that are inside the orbit of Saturn. So we have eyes that go out to Saturn. And this is going to unlock Deep System Skywatch. Oh boy. Let's go visit this fleet. Then we'll come back and we'll do our selection. We've got another one coming in, Victor 1 here. Let's just zoom out a bit. Yeah, the whole solar system's modeled. It's got asteroids, it's got planets and moons and orbits, and this fleet, Victor 1, has a path modeled that it's going to intercept Earth as it moves and come into Earth orbit. We can see it's transferring to low Earth orbit. It arrives on November 21st. Gosh, in 2 weeks, basically. And now that we can see the alien ship, we can actually get a lot of details about it. This is a bit nerdy of me. A lot of information is unknown about it, right? We don't know about its power plant, batteries, radiators, any of its particular parts, but again, this is hard science fiction. It's pretty easy to see things in space, actually. I mean, you know, so long as you know how to look. You know, there's no cover to hide behind, you know, unless you're behind a planet or something. So we've got a good image of this thing. It's pretty sick looking. And, gosh, they've even gone to the trouble of knowing that I had to read up on this when this game was about to come out and be like, okay, why can they do this? Like, why do we know what drive they use? And the reason is, apparently you can pretty reliably figure out, like, what kind of, you know, like, drive, basically, a ship would be using based on the emissions, based on its thrust. You can analyze that and figure out its material composition to figure out the drive, so we can tell that they're using some kind of fusion torch without ever actually laying a finger on one of these things. We can figure out, we can calculate its mass, right? You know, based on how it, you know, moves through space, right? You know, its interaction with other celestial bodies and gravity and that. An idea of its delta V and all that. Like, all of this we could reasonably figure out, apparently. It's just so cool. So we've got 2 of these things coming in. Victor 1, and somewhere out there is a Victor 2, apparently. I'm not sure where Victor 2 is. Ah, there's Victor 2. Victor 2 arrives in February. Okay, so that's more aliens on their way to Earth. Up to do some nefarious things. Cool. Good for them. Let's just make sure we're ready. Before we move time forward, it is our responsibility to select the next global research, because I did decide that that's what I wanted to do. And I'm going to select Deep System Skywatch. It's going to help me fulfill one of my objectives, and it's also going to help me screw over the Academy, which are 2 really good things in my opinion. Here, let's bump this up, make sure we take control early.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
We're taking
Yeah,
over.
ahead. There we go. What happens if we don't? Oh, if we don't do Deep System Skywatch? I mean, eventually somebody will probably do it, but without it we won't be able to track the alien presence throughout the system, which, given that we're supposed to defend against them, is kind of a bit of a problem. Oh, if we don't pick any research. Oh, I see. It won't let us move time forward. You have to select a global research. You can't idle your research like an XCOM. We now have full control of France.
We
At
were
long last.
unable to establish control.
There we go. We have the French army under our control. And we have our country here. Cool, cool, cool. We should fiddle with this a little bit. So I want more boost. I don't need more mission control. I don't need nuclear weapons. And I don't think I need France to build another army at this time. Not yet. I think this is my priority. So I want France to produce knowledge, and I want France to produce boost. I don't really need France to do other things for me. Like, they're fine. It'll be okay. They'll be okay. So now we have full control. Full control is gonna let us do a bunch of other things. In 180 days, this is monitored up here. We'll have had continuous control of the executive. We'll have consolidated power, and we're going to be able to make national decisions, right? We're going to be able to change national policies. This menu here shows us what we could do. We could start to unify with other countries, set up alliances, change our relations, declare wars, launch nuclear weapons, fun stuff like that, right? At least the resistance will have a lot of baguettes at their meetings. That's right. We'll have good bread. Just what I need is a... Shut up, Scarlet. Shut up. Don't make that joke. Oh god, I'm not funny. I'm glad I cut myself off there. Oh my goodness. So now that
I'm
France
here.
is under control, I want the next country on my list, which is Germany. If I can control Germany, I think we're gonna be in pretty decent shape. And it's not too hard to roll for that here. Let's do this without any influence.
Establishing control.
And maybe check. I
Ready
think it's
for
a
my
new
mission.
month. No. Nobody can get any cool organizations right now. That's a shame. Yeah.
Standing by.
That's alright. We'll just continue to quietly take control here. If you're wondering also what some of these symbols are on the map, right, when we're zoomed out, because of course there's like the symbols for who owns something. But there's also like, this is an army. It has an anchor next to it, which means it has a navy, so it can move over water, you know? This little funky little symbol here with the antenna, it represents mission control, which is how you support space assets, right? You know, so they don't starve. This, I'm sure we've looked at before. This little symbol is boost. There are also symbols that represent economic interests on the map too. These are resource regions. Alright, this one I think represents like fossil fuels. This one is metals, right? So those have an impact on the countries that own them. And then there's these core economic regions, which generally represents like large population areas with like, oh no, don't deploy the army. Leave the army where it is, please. Major cities, core economic zones. Are the Panama and Suez Canals a thing? They are. It's a little hard to see. You can like zoom in, and I think they're passable. Here's Panama. I think it goes through there. It's definitely modeled that ships can pass through it. The Suez is also over here. The Suez Canal. I don't think that you can kind of see it. Like, you can definitely pass ships through. Oh, come on, zoom in. The scroll wheel is always fighting me. And yeah, those are just some of the different symbols around on the map. Again, it's all pretty simple. Core economic regions, like, and, well, all of those economic things that we mentioned make it so that when you do the economy priority, which we should probably up here in France so the economy doesn't keep stagnating. Yeah. It makes that more efficient, basically, like per point spent. It's kind of like boost being more efficient when you're closer to the equator. Core economic regions just do this with no downsides. Resource regions, can result in greater inequality and environmental damage when you take advantage of them. So, just a thing to keep in mind. Speaking of things to keep in mind,
We're going in.
let's see if we can't take out some of these alien life forms. Alien flora spreading unchecked seems like a bad thing to me, so let's do a little bit of slash and burn, shall we? With that, I think we're good to move forward a little bit more. We can now select our faction's chief advisors. With our management team on board, we may now recruit our core group of advisors to assist our interactions and oversight with nations aligned to our cause. So this is how we're going to interact with countries, right? This is going to provide basically a bonus to the countries we control. Africa is suffering enough already. You don't have to add alien tentacle plants to that list of problems. Yeah, we should probably help them out, right? So, depending on what our goals are, like, what do we want to do with the countries that we control, broadly speaking? Like, we could focus on economic development, which is going to make our economy priority more effective. We can focus on, we can hire some steely-eyed, missile women and men, which I think that's such a fun description of getting, focusing on, a space program. So this is going to help us, bootstrap together, space programs. I don't think we need this one. We're going to be kind of inheriting the French program, so that'll be okay. I don't think we need to worry too much. Call in the generals is interesting to me because we may want to do military stuff in the future. Being able to more efficiently build up our military could really be a big help. I don't think it's our early game priority, but maybe it should be. Maybe we want to start investing in that more heavily. Because, our goal right now is, of course, to control Europe. Control of Europe is our objective. If the Academy can hold on to Russia, it's probably going to turn into a more peaceful, we can maybe make peace along our land borders if we buddy up with the Academy. But eventually, we may need to deal with other conflicts, and having a good army available can help with that, either with other factions or with the aliens. It's tempting. But there's also international aid. This is going to make your welfare priority more effective, and your knowledge investments more effective too, which can help you get some more science out of things. I don't know. It's not a decision that's gonna make or break our game, but it is a nice little bonus. 5% doesn't sound like a lot, but this is gonna be a long game with hundreds of investment points spent, right? It adds up. It adds up pretty quickly. Just form the EU the Napoleon way by conquering everything. It's an option. It is an option, isn't it? I may go to call in the generals. Up our military, up our army, long term.
We hold no sway in their minds.
The Surat al-Baqarah teaches that in the creation of heaven and earth, a wise people may find the signs of Allah. Let us heed those words and join together as we take our search into the stars. Director Khalid al-Ashgar, from his khutbah at the first conclave of Muslim astrophysicists.
Okay. So, mission to space has been completed. Humanity First has selected deep space propulsion concepts as a new direction for global research. That quote, though, is from the Project Exodus leader. We haven't met them properly yet, but to summarize very, very briefly, they are the get out of Dodge people. They want to get out quick. But existing in space is a different animal than merely traversing it. If we plan to go from tourist to resident, we must adapt. Logistics require resupply missions planned months in advance, while engineering must cope with long-term exposure to solar radiation and the rigors of equipment maintenance in a vacuum. Likewise, our psychologists must develop a training regimen, so personnel are able to maintain peak performance in an environment where up and down do not exist. We have, of course, been able to travel into space for some time, but now we must establish how to do so easily, regularly, and cost-effectively, and in far greater numbers than ever before. This renewed mission to space thus entails a mission to change many of our most fundamental preconceptions. Yet all these hardships are entirely necessary, for only once we are comfortably beyond Earth's orbit can we hope to explore, exploit, and ultimately even settle upon neighboring worlds and, in time, perhaps far beyond. So this is a very important early tech, of course. This is going to unlock, of course, deep space propulsion, which is now being researched, orbital shipbuilding, outpost tabs, and space tourism. This is getting humanity into the stars. Or, well, not into the stars, into our star. Around our star? Not into it, hopefully. Preferably not into our star, maybe more like falling around it. You know? Project Exodus is okay, I understand their reasons, but these resources could rather be used for defending our home. That's pretty much my opinion. I think they're a bit cowardly.
Target secured.
Nice work. Young Ching, just making that 49% roll look easy. We believe we have wiped out the invasive flora and fauna. Awesome.
It has always been true that we must leave the cradle if our species is to survive. If these aliens are indeed hostile, the time to go is now.
Speak of the devil. This organization has its foundations in a group of tech magnates who were already funding space exploration before the alien arrival. Now, with proof of interstellar travel in front of all of humanity, they're focusing their efforts on leading an expedition beyond Earth's solar system. They are spooked by the aliens and they want to leave, but also they were kind of planning on leaving whether the aliens were around or not. So...
We're taking over. We were unable to establish control.
That's okay. Looks like we got the Czech Republic. Haven't quite broken into Germany yet. That's okay. Let's chill. And new organizations. Finally. I've been waiting for that. We could maybe get some orgs. We should maybe get some organizations. Who do we want? Oh, also, I wanted to ask, if we want me to be reading, like, the research stuff. I enjoy it. I like to read. I just hope it's not too boring to listen to, really, more than anything. Right now we can only take either the U.S. Special Forces Group, the third U.S. Special Forces Group, or the National Gender Police. I don't know. The French Special Forces, right? I would like to put them on somebody else besides my diplomat or politician, because it gives command, and they aren't going to do any of the missions that it gives, but this is a good time to talk about orcs, actually. This is important. Where counselors are the bread and butter of your operations on Earth, orgs are the bread and butter of your counselors. Orgs let you modify their capabilities, give them new missions, incomes, and stats. Orgs are really, really good. We will always be keeping an eye out for new orgs in the marketplace that we want, and trying to snatch them up. Excuse me. Oh, pardon me. So, right now, we have the resources to purchase. We're probably gonna go for the French one here. It's a government org. The National Gendarmerie Intervention Group. If some of our French viewers are here, they could murder me for pronouncing that the way I just did. The Gender Intervention Group. I want them. I want them right now. Some additional security on my diplomat wouldn't hurt. The command isn't going to do very much. But the monthly income, if you look, for only -1 money, which ain't too terrible in the grand scheme of things, you're gonna get +2 monthly ops income, which is really, really useful. So we're gonna spend our influence. We're gonna shake a few hands, hold a dinner party for the gender intervention group, and we're gonna bring them into the fold. So that's gonna be just fine. They're gonna provide a little bit more protection for our diplomat too. Cool.
Where to?
I am concerned about Italy. I'm concerned about Italy. I think that maybe we want to start working on it long term. Send Fedor down there to start, like, building public opinion, like, for a
We'll
while,
make
for
our
a good
appeal.
long while.
What's the op?
So then eventually maybe we can take that and fold it into us. Because right now, Italy Italy is in the grasp of the Academy. And while I'm not necessarily hostile to the Academy, I don't want them to be, like, right on my doorstep if I'm trying to unify Europe. Otherwise, most everyone's fine. My operative needs something to do. That's cool. Good for them. I would probably want to figure out the loyalty scores of some of my counselors. Let's go ahead and start investigating our own people to make sure they're loyal. Just a little checkup, right? A little performance review. Is there a way to form the Roman Empire? I would bet so. Or something like it, right? That seems like the kind of thing these nerds would put into the game. Tech tree. Oh yeah, this is the tech tree. It's a nightmare. It's so big. But you can research some political texts. Let's see, where are they? Yeah, like unity movements. And it's a little hard to read, but like in there you can see next to the gears or like the projects it unlocks. There's definitely some pan-European stuff. Hungarian irredentism. Intermarium, Europe Ascendant, Great Nations. There might not be something that's just called New Rome. I think Great Nations is as far as it goes, if you're like looking to build mega nations. Hello, Insane Baboon. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, and this isn't even the full tech tree, is it? Oh god, it's loading. I hit the button. Oh boy. Oh boy, look at this. When you throw in the engineering projects. Lovely. I can't even read it. But welcome Insane. I hope that you're doing well. We're just starting a campaign actually. Just dipping our toes in. Looks like we're maintaining control here, okay? Maybe cool. Ooh, not that much. Maybe cool down a little and direct a little more towards Flora. Yeah, eventually to bring Africa into the whole thing. Like, you can definitely form a mega nation down here. Maybe maintain control of them. I think my assignments look okay.
We
so-
believe we can join them as brothers and sisters, if we only convince them we are worthy.
What a nice idea, Chancellor. Welcome to our neighbors, the Academy. Led by members of Earth's scientific community, this faction has concluded that any species able to cross the stars must have moved beyond violence as a mechanism to resolve conflict. They assert that humanity must work to build a bridge to ensure the aliens treat us as equals. Good luck, Academy. You know, your heart's in the right place, ain't it? Maybe not reality, but in the right place.
We've got some intel on our target.
Oh goodness, you've played through the game all the way for 4 factions so far, working on the 5th. Well, goodness, then you have some experience then. I've played a fair bit of the game, but I've never actually finished a campaign with a faction before. I've never gotten into like late game. Like, I've gotten to space, I've scuffled with the aliens a little bit, but nothing too huge. So, hopefully we don't screw this up too terribly much. It seems that Fedor is loyal, has a decent loyalty score. Cool.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
The people will come to our side.
Alright, you're gonna keep working in Italy. I need that pizza pasta at the yearly review meeting, or else. Victor 1 has arrived in low
We got
Earth
our people
orbit,
in place.
and Victor 1 has promptly crashed into Vienna. Thank you, Victor 1. Appreciated. Right into our backyard. Amazing. Perfect. Go ahead. We're gonna
We'll
go
recon the
investigate
site.
that. That could be trouble. On one hand, that could be trouble. On the other hand... No, that could just be trouble. We haven't like figured it out in game yet. So I'm not gonna say what that means. But we may have a surprise guest in Europe right now, is, I suppose all I should say. Pretty simple turn here. Most of our people are just working on expanding our influence in Europe, and we don't need to go too into the weeds on that.
We've moved the needle.
How great
We're winning
Oscar
their
got
hearts
it.
and minds.
The dreamer in me
Oh,
wants
no.
to believe it would bring a golden age of advancement and prosperity for all mankind. But I'm a realist. I know better. Any race advanced enough to find us would be advanced enough to end us, likely without even regarding us. Commander Fiona Ayawade, NATO Symposium on First Contact.
Yep. Unfortunately, I think that Fiona's quite right. That is the quote for "We are not alone." The Protectorate is selecting orbital shipbuilding next. Questionable choice, but go off, I guess. The quiet assurance that humans have carried for so long is gone. The knowledge that we share the universe with at least one other sapient species has caused reverberations throughout our entire society. The very fabric of our civilization is being stretched to its breaking point as conflicting voices shout ever louder above one another. It falls to our leaders, current and future, to rally our thrilled and frightened masses. Now, more than ever, we must come together as a people and prove to the universe that although we may no longer be its center as we once believed, we are no less important. So this is going to unlock a bunch of arrival tech, basically regarding how we deal with the fact that we are not alone in the universe anymore. Lots of fun political stuff that I am going to nerd out about later, if you don't mind. I'm controlling myself, though. UFO crashes mean alien agents, I know, yes. I'm sure both you, Venus, and Insane Baboon are fully aware of the implications of these crashes. But... you know, I'm gonna play a little coy about it here and there until we figure it out in-game. Importantly, this is gonna unlock clandestine cells.
Here's what we found.
Cool investigation.
Our supporters are in place.
Clandestine cells is going to let us expand our council a little bit when it becomes available. That is going to be a top priority, since the council members represent action economy.
Initiating surveillance.
Yeah, just a quick little surveillance here. Oh, we're making headway into Germany. I should be adjusting. I need to set a default profile. I do love the fluff text on technologies. They're all quite well written. Makes you think. They really do. They really do. I really just love the writing of this game. It's really impressive. I mean, for any game, but especially a grand strategy like this, to have, like, actually compelling writing throughout it. We were just talking a little bit earlier about how it reminds me of Alpha Centauri, I think is the name of the, like, that old sci-fi Civ game that kind of did the same deal, with characters in-universe being quoted regarding new technologies. What was I going to do? Oh. Yes. I'm gonna design a new template as kind of a default. What should I call this? Because I do not like the resistance default template. Stability? No, that's the wrong kind of stability. Is there like a different one here? Lots of fun little things supposed to vaguely model different, different theories about how these things should be run, you know? Most of them are garbage, don't worry. There's still some alien simps in Germany. There are no alien snakes people. Yeah, we'll let them know soon. We're just gonna make sure to snatch up the executive, and then we'll get to work on prying them out of there. Let's just call this... I mean, can I just call it default? Is that too lazy? That doesn't sound very fun, but... remove spoils. Spoils suck. We hate spoils. I will deal with the consequences of not having spoils. Bit of economy, bit of welfare to offset that. Some knowledge is usually good, a little bit of military. And, like, this isn't doing a whole lot, but it should just make it so a country doesn't accidentally run itself into the ground when we acquire it, and I forget to actually, do anything different with them. Yeah, set that as your default. Come over here. And we're gonna just quickly, because I forgot to earlier. Not that these countries are gonna do too much, but I'm gonna set them up. The Czech Republic is a little country. There may be some room for it to build mission control for us. It does not need nuclear weapons. Why do we have influence in Chechnya? Since when? Oh, we were quietly working on that with Fedor in the background. Just get a little bit more pressure, another slice of Europe. But a little bit of mission control from here. Maybe a little funding too. Never hurt anybody. Maybe not that much mission control. Maybe not that much funding. Maybe not that much military. I don't know. We'll see how that works stability-wise. The point isn't to just not run these countries that are going to get brought into the EU into the ground. Suppose can be useful to build funds in the early game, but yeah, you're trying to save the planet so don't destroy it with spoils in the process. Yeah. Sometimes, in prior campaigns, I will admit, I have grabbed countries just to burn them down with spoils for quick cash. You don't need a space program, you're gonna inherit the French program, so don't focus on that. And I'm not gonna go hard on military until I've unified some things, so that they aren't impacting each other's scores too much. Sure. And no nukes. We don't need them. But yes, that's a very good point in St. Baboon, is spoils, especially when you're like short on cash early game, burn, you know, a little bit of kleptocracy never hurt anybody. Didn't hurt me. Let's see. Yeah, this should be okay for the moment. Gonna have Germany work on an army. Why? Because I have ambitions. Probably don't need to put that much into it. You can probably slow burn the army. Sure. Alright, it's a start. Just use the old tactic of going to Africa, exploiting it, and then leaving. Works every time, just to ignore the human suffering it causes. Unfortunately. Yeah, just go somewhere with a resource region, like Algeria. Let's see. You can definitely have some fun over here too. The Middle East, Nigeria, Angola, Congo's good for it. Just take control and burn it with spoils, right? It's in a humanitarian sense, it's disgusting. And the amount of money you get is disgusting too. Places like Singapore and Saudi Arabia are really good for short-run cash. Exactly. Yeah, God, Singapore. A core economic region you can burn without any real consequences. Besides to, you know,
On
your
Overwatch.
ethics. Let's see, surveil mission location, yep. We're looking for the flora here. Gonna try and root that out
We're
before it
winning their hearts
spreads.
and minds.
Our case remains unhurt. Our presence is growing.
Hey, that is control of the German executive, I believe I see. That's really good. That is good to see. So Germany... What is the plan with Germany? I mean, Germany is going to try and form the EU. It can take decades to fix all of Africa's problems, but it can end up becoming a powerhouse rivaling India if you put the time into it. Oh yeah, I'm certain. I mean, you've got so much population, resources here. I believe it, absolutely. I believe it. I mean, you know, it's unfortunately a little like real life in the sense that if it wasn't all exploited and constantly under the boot of imperialists, it'd be a hell of a place, you know? Yeah, it's a really cool idea, a united Africa rivaling the rest of the world economically. I don't know, maybe we'll have to invest some time into that once we get our feet under us. Let's see, you are to assault this... life form. No, I'm not going
Going
to
in
send
hot.
anybody with you.
Standing by for orders.
If they fail, like, the worst that happens is we lose track of the alien life forms and then we just survey for it again. So, it's not really a high priority burn to get done. That operative is mostly here to start gaining experience and so that we can start putting orgs
I'm
on
here.
her later.
Ready to go.
We have control of Germany. What do we need next? Stepping into the Benelux and grabbing executive control there could be good.
We'll be running this place in no time.
Sure. Just kinda gotta prepare our seat of power. It's not gonna be instant. Not rushing things. But cool, yeah. Yeah, I think we can make that work.
Reporting in.
I'm gonna keep working on public opinion in Germany because I do want to kick the servants out here later. I'm gonna have to crack them down and purge them, which we haven't done yet, but we'll show that off. So public opinion will help with that. But cool. I don't think we have new orgs. No. No new orgs. So we will move on to another turn.
Every circumstance is an opportunity. Our test is to recognize and seize it.
Hello, Chairman Soren. God, these guys. Welcome, the actual Illuminati. The leaders of this shadowy cabal reveal little about themselves or their methods. In some regions, they are behind rampant rumors that the alien arrival is a fabrication by Earth's governments and corporations. In others, they have funded companies selling products that allegedly protect from a fictitious alien disease they seem to have made up. These are the filthy capitalists. They are here to profit off of this invasion. They saw aliens burning through the atmosphere, and they said, there's gotta be a way we can make money off of this. That's their whole shtick. They're trying to turn a profit. They aren't inherently hostile to us, but they are ideologically very dangerous, so we're gonna have to keep a close eye on them.
Our cause is unjustified to them.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
By the numbers.
Oh my goodness. Yang Cheng is just going off. Hates these alien plants. Okay, critical success. Has won both
We're
coin
taking
flips. Good. We're getting into the Benelux. Repeat that mission. She also took out that other asset on a coin flip real easy. Need to research some tech that grants claims to right nations. Ethiopia can start the African Union. Oh, good to know. That's interesting. That is interesting. Duly noted. Let's see then.
Standing by.
Well, if that burned that easy, what are we gonna get up to now? Mostly, again, like, the interesting questions in this very early part are coming down to what do we do with the operative? Don't want to do spoilers, but I think the initiative's endgame is the best for humanity. Interesting. That is an interesting concept. I will have to, I mean, eventually, I guess we'll have to do an initiative playthrough and find out, won't we? Let's
We'll see
continue
what
to
they're
check
up
up on
to.
our counselors, right? Unless, can you... Ooh. You're getting to the point where you could do this crackdown. How's your XP? Almost getting to the point where we can start to give you administration. Oh, and you've got some people who can take orgs. Not a very impressive organization, this one. But we could give it to somebody. Arane Laboratories, just more, you know, a bunch more research. And some increases to our funding. We're working on Boost. It's a pretty cheap investment, sure. We'll probably sell it off in the long term, but we'll snatch it up while it's here. But yeah, I think we're gonna stick with the investigation here. We'll keep moving. The initiative would be to exploit the West, make the Third World rich. I think the initiative are the sort of people to exploit everybody and make themselves rich, frankly. Good. Success. Relatively loyal. Not currently a traitor.
Public
Works
opinion
for
is
me.
moving in our direction.
We've got our people in place.
Alright, and that's as much as we can do in the Benelux until we kick the servants out. We are pushing against our our control point limit, which is notable. We don't have clandestine cells yet. Okay.
Where to?
Do we actually want to kick them out right now? Would we be able to actually hold the control point? No, we'd go over cap. We should be working on mission control more. Although, you know, that's interesting, actually. If you want to form mega nations in the 2030s, there's also the Caliphate, started by granting independence in Saudi Arabia. They can get most of the Middle East plus North Africa and can get further by claim tech twice. Further claims by tech twice. Oh. Ah, I see. I don't think I've seen the Caliphate form before, but it's an option. You know, we got options. That's something I really like about this game, is you've just got options. GDP is going up, but not fast enough to raise per capita GDP. Maybe put a few more points in there, see how it goes. I might just leave the servants here because they're just wanting to build mission control in these countries. Frankly. I don't like them. We'll kick them out eventually, but I don't want to go over my cap. And it's not like they're actually doing anything to me. Ah, Italy doesn't get to form Rome. That's probably for the best. But Mega EU's kind of close. Yeah, I think that's what we're going for here. It's kind of I think that's kind of the strategy we're looking at, is going to form big EU. No hard decisions yet, but seems likely. What can I fit into my cap? You could start to fit Slovakia in. It is a part of the EU. That's probably worth it. Sure. Sure. Let's bring
them to our side.
Ready to go.
And then you want to investigate. We've got one more person I want to check up on. It's going to be a little trickier because of their espionage, but we'll just get that done.
Our only hope is to understand what the aliens want with us and determine how to satisfy them without losing our independence.
Introducing the Protectorate. This is Commissioner Kieran. The leaders of this organization are an alliance of officials who believe the clandestine nature of the aliens' arrival marks them as a threat. But they have concluded that any species that can cross interstellar distances is nothing that humanity is capable of opposing. These are basically our cowardly counterparts as the Resistance. Yeah, the lesser alien simps. Like, they don't love the aliens. They aren't the servants, right? They aren't gonna do whatever the aliens want. They want humanity to be okay. They're just interested in surrendering. They wanna fight for a conditional surrender. So they are our enemies, but they aren't like the most extreme enemies we will fight. We don't like them because they will be undermining humanity's defense effort. But they aren't the biggest threat on the board, ideologically speaking. But
Surveillance complete.
Oh, nice. This operative's just rolling really well, and that's a good loyalty score for Paul. That's good.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
We've moved the needle.
Oh, good. Good. Clandestine cells is now available. I'm just gonna go ahead and deprioritize that. Do I want to change my project? Alien floor is not a high priority. Switch over to clandestine cells. And in fact, make that a priority, please.
We've gained significant support.
Just take the rest of Slovakia while you're at it. Maybe don't. That's gonna put us over the cap too, frankly. Okay, but my people are starting to get levels, so actually we can make it so it fits in the cap. It'll be okay. How useful is space tourism? Because I never saw it used in the series I watched. I have found that space tourism can be a good way of making money. It's basically a way to convert boost into cash at a stage of the game where boost is no longer as useful. So if your ground operations are struggling with money, like that's your weak point, I think it can really shore it up. I think it has its place. Hello, celebrity. We're probably gonna give you somebody the Madisonian Society, but who's it gonna be? Fedor has Crackdown. Could potentially do something with investigation in the future. So sure, you can take them. This is a very interesting Russian politician we've got here. Not very, you can build space hotels to spend boost in return for cash. It's mostly useful mid to late game. Yeah, you probably don't need cash badly anymore. Yeah. Like, I think that it has its uses if you don't have the cash income on Earth. If you do have the cash income, there are other buildings that are kind of similar. Like the hospitals and stuff. So, oh, you have a good night, Venus. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope that you sleep well. But yeah, I think that it has a place in a certain situation. The conversion isn't terrible, it's just, you know, you can get money elsewhere, right? And you've got... can make you stop spending my money, but we probably need levels here. Administration is good. As a rule, I think I'm just gonna take administration so that I can get more orgs on these people long term. You definitely need an admin. Definitely need admin on this operative. Can almost get one on you, and you are my diplomat. You could also use administration. There you go. Everybody gets some admin. Ideally, eventually they have full admin and can support all the organizations that they want. But cool. We have a bit more control point cap from those upgrades, which means we're going to be able to fit Slovakia in. That's cool. That's nice. Good for us. Build mission control for me, please. And then, what are we doing with this operative? Sound plan, I do the same thing until I reach max admin. Good to hear. I'm glad it's not a bad move. A bad move like what they're doing with this Russian invasion. Or this Ukrainian invasion here. I don't know why they've split up their forces like that. But go off, I guess. What do you want to do, operative? We've recently investigated all of our own people. That's usually what I like to have them do for homework. You can start rolling against to crack down the Germany point that the servants have. Sure.
Targeting their center
It's not
of
a high
power.
priority, but if we crack it down, then we can take it. Doesn't hurt too bad. Sure.
How could one so young, coddled as you are by the modern world, begin to understand what war is? I did what had to be done. Closing your eyes and wishing the monster away only makes you an easier meal. Colonel Hans Castillo, during a war crimes trial.
Oh, I love the Castillo quotes. He's such a monster. He's just such a monster. Oh, what a war criminal. Has anyone claimed Kazakhstan? I'm kind of peeking over here. It doesn't look like it. If they haven't, maybe I should stop in. That's some good early boost, frankly. Often I try to stop in there and grab it, but we focused France this time for their space center. Maybe if nobody's taken it, maybe we can get in there and snatch something up. That's a good idea. But this is Deep Systems Skywatch, and I laughed there not only because Castillo was being monstrous, but also because this is about to do something very funny to our Academy friends. So, living with the certainty that we are not alone requires we change from observing the cold worlds our outer solar system. Wait, what is the... Let me reread that. Living with the certainty we are not alone requires we change from observing the cold worlds our outer solar system when it suits some scientific purpose to actively monitoring them as an intelligence gathering operation. Okay. Cool. My brain thought there should be an extra word here, but when you read the complete sentence, it makes sense. Cool. Like sentinels on the watchtower. With Earth and space stations constantly in motion, doing so requires an integrated network of sensors and analysts ready to investigate whether a transient blip is a small and simple chunk of nickel and iron on a grand journey through the universe, or an alien spacecraft coasting toward Earth. This, of course, is going to let us track anything in the solar system now. And find the alien base. They are in the Sagayo crater on Haumea, which is way out here. Yeah, we got an alien base here in orbit. Looks like they've started to move in to other places too. Good for them. It's a big egg. Why is it a big egg? Good for them. They found a space egg out in the Kuiper Belt. This is the alien home base. Where is it exactly? Out here. Basically as far as you can possibly go. So, hitting the alien main base is maybe a little bit beyond our means right now. Just a little bit. Just a little bit challenging. But we'll see. You know, maybe in a couple months. Maybe in a couple months we'll get someone out there and do a little bit of knocking on their door, right? Totally. We need to select a new global research as well. And this is where it opens up a little bit. Now that we got Deep System Skywatch done, what do I want? Where do I go? I don't think I'm ready for outpost tabs yet. I've got some boost income, but not enough that I think I'm going to, like, be ready for, like, moon landings very soon. It's a step in the right direction. This could be interesting, though. Advanced chemical rocketry. Hear me out. I believe that this gives a whole bunch of techs that discount, like things that cost boost, and like increase the efficiency of building more boost. I'm pretty sure. A little. It takes us 6 months to fly to Mars, and we want to go further out than Neptune. Don't think we have the tech currently. Elon Musk might disagree. Ah, yes. Truly the expert on the matter, Mr. Musk. God, I feel a little sick to my stomach just saying that, even as a joke. Yeah, it might be just a touch out of our reach. It's okay. We'll be on. You know, we'll at least have like a working Mars colony next month, and the month after that, we'll be ready to blow up the aliens and call this game a wrap, right? There's a lot of fun techs here to pick. I don't think we're gonna review all of them. I'm just thinking, what is my current priority? I need to get into space. I also want big EU. I also want big EU. I think I can already get big EU though, the way it is. We can probably leave that alone for now. I think we go advanced chemical rocketry. I'm not ready to go for the moon just yet. The AI will probably like pick like mission to the moon, mission to Mars pretty early before any of us are actually ready to go. So if I can like invest heavily into advanced chemical rocketry and get some of these projects here, right? I think that we can actually maybe pull ahead. Yeah, I think chemical rockets is probably best. Good. Let's do it. Let's take that. Let's make sure to invest pretty heavily in it. Start out with 50% and see how that goes. We control basically 2 major European powers. Our tech should be pretty good compared to the AIs. Alien Origins now available, but yeah, we're taking the lead.
People will come to our side.
Public opinion remains unmoved.
What is the
Their
deal with
control
this
is
operative?
vulnerable now.
This operative, I swear, has made every roll. She doesn't fail. She will eventually. I know that. But... go off, I guess. Against the odds. We've cracked down the servants in Germany.
Our supporters are in place.
We took Slovakia with a critical success. That's cool. The discount on boosted grants is really good. Good. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. Glad to hear that that's I think that's a reasonable hope. The damn AI tends to forget you need space mining too. I will never start colonies before mining is a thing. Because like, I mean, I'm sure you know. You're clearly far more expert on this than I, but putting up like space assets, they need to be maintained, and if you can't mine stuff in space, then you need to just keep launching stuff, and it taxes your boost and all that. So hopefully we can get the discounts. When the time comes, we can get space mining, and we can launch our space assets in an efficient manner, and hopefully get ahead of the AI that way. I was not expecting this crackdown to actually happen so quickly. So good job, number one. I guess
We're
start
taking
trying
power.
to purge it.
Ready.
So now that we've cracked this down, it's weak, right? If we look at the challenge roll here. again,
Acknowledged.
Like, we're getting, like, yeah, the difficulty of this mission is being made way easier. Basically, it's being made possible by the crackdown. That's a -10 to the enemy, which is really good. Like, that's really, really good. So this purge, I think we can do without influence.
Removing our enemies.
Reporting in.
If we complete that, we may have to relinquish control on some of the smaller countries we've picked up, but that's okay. I can handle that. Should probably defend interests in France. Keep anybody from breaking in there.
Securing our control.
Because these are the two countries that we want to hold, France and Germany. That is the most important part of this plan right now. Otherwise, there was one person who needed a promotion. Hello, celebrity. Give you some more administration. Are you going to be a long-term member of our program? Maybe. Probably. You're okay. You're decent. We'll give you admin. Just kind of future-proof you.
Securing our interests.
My current game, I've completely failed to get a moon base because mining wasn't unlocked, but I had enough boost for the first 3 Mars bases, so kinda anyways. Yeah, well, I mean, the Mars rush is real. So, hey, I guess it kind of worked out, right? I defend interests. Defending interests is kind of the opposite of crackdown. It's gonna make that
Public
point
sentiment
way
is
harder to
increasingly
attack.
with us.
Our cause is unjustified to them.
We've removed some threats.
My word, she just doesn't stop. We've taken a control, and it's a critical success too. We've taken the control point and gained public support for doing so. This operative is cracked. She's out of her mind. She's great. What a great hire. I'm very proud. And we've got new orgs in the market. We are going to have to rebalance for our control point cap here in a moment. What this is gonna do, it's gonna make our points more vulnerable the further we are over the cap, and it's gonna cost us influence every day. So that's bad, right? We don't want that. What do we got in orgs? Not translucent. Translucent logistics. It's not bad. No upkeep, monthly ops income, a little bit of espionage, some research bonus. That's a decent little org. We don't have the influence for any of this other stuff. Kaiser Securities is, I mean, it's good. We don't have the money for it, but 4 stat points and decent income is okay. This is a pretty good one, but it's very expensive, so we probably shouldn't get it right now, even if we could get it with influence. Cool. I think I'm fine just getting this fellow here. So if I want to do more espionage on somebody, you would want that to be your operative, but you don't currently actually have enough admin. So how about we grab it and throw it onto somebody? Yeah, you could use some security right now, buddy. There you go. And we'll transfer it later. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, we're over our cap. We need to let some people go. Gotta love critical success, but I hate critical failures, especially since your agents can die if it's a mission versus an alien. Yep. I have learned that the hard way. in my first game, my first campaign that I really stuck with. You know, besides when I was like restarting constantly in order to optimize my first month because I got obsessed with this game when it first came out. Gosh, that's a story. That's a whole bit, honestly. Yeah, I'll probably talk about actually in a moment. I had this great agent. She was so good. Like maxed out command, maxed out espionage, like, and we started alien hunting. And the first alien we went up against, she rolled a failure and died. Because you just die against aliens if you fail against them, sometimes. And I didn't recognize that was a thing that happened. So that was a bit of an oof. I think we need to let this one go. Listen, Czech Republic, it's been nice, it's been fun. We're gonna abandon this nation. It's gonna voluntarily crack down these points. Technically, we still have control, but if the points are cracked down, we don't actually have to pay upkeep on them. So that works for me. Cool. Now, what are we up to? Well, growing our influence is gonna kind of slow down here. Oh gosh, I did not mean to scroll nearly that far. You know, you can prevent them from dying with the protect mission on them, right? Yep. We figured that out the hard way, but, moving on from that incident, whenever I'm alien hunting, always have to have that protect mission on. It's a two-person job killing an alien, I think. Maybe surveillance? Putting surveillance on Europe?
On Overwatch.
Like here from the Alpine States?
Ready.
That should have decent reach.
Your
Are you
orders?
any good at investigating? No, but it's something for you to do. There's not a whole lot more for this diplomat to do right this moment, so that should be okay.
At your service.
I would like for this celebrity to probably just keep being a public campaign bot. Yeah, just keep raising our opinion in Germany. That'll be fine.
Ready
And
for
what
orders.
about you, buddy? This operative's just so good. What do I do with you? I tend to use 3, 1 for surveil, kill, and protects. Ah, yeah. I do, that is true. I usually keep 1 investigating the alien to make sure that we keep full intel on it. Can't let that little fella get away after all. They're good at scampering. Do we have anybody that we want to undermine in the area? Not really. Maybe the UK. That would take quite an investment to increase unrest consistently in the UK. Probably not a great idea. This may be a slow moment for us. We're up against our cap, which is good, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, that is a good thing. The German economy could use a bit more investment than we're giving it right now, but otherwise it's looking okay. I think we've got things tuned properly in France to get what we want out of it. But what are you doing, operative? Tell you what. Investigate your own guy who's been exposed for a little bit. That celebrity's pretty vulnerable. Just make sure nobody's snuck in and turned him while we were not looking, and then maybe something else will come up for you to do.
Surveilling target area.
We've got some intel on our target.
Alright, still loyal. Good.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
The people will come to our side.
We got a friend here we could tail. A friend in Italy. We've also got somebody who's just cracked down, maybe, the point in Portugal. Oh, pardon me, one moment. Oh, sorry, I thought I had a sneeze coming on, but I didn't. Or I did, but it didn't come out. Oh, that's annoying. Gosh, I would have rather just sneezed. I got to the mute button in time and everything. Maybe we follow you. Give the operatives something to do. Maybe interfere with somebody.
What's the up?
And Paul... Your surveillance was ultimately meaningless, but I now have a job for you to defend our interests in Germany.
Protecting our interests.
And that'll be fine.
Securing our interests.
But when I first started playing this game, actually, I think I wanted to talk about.
Surveillance complete.
Gosh, You're insane. Look at this success chance. That turned out to be an 18% success chance to investigate this fellow, and of course, our operative just does it. It's not hard to do these jobs if you just do them, apparently. Okay, go off. That was a Project Exodus judge we found.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
But when I first started playing this game, cool, do whatever you want there, initiative, I had actually been very cautious about it. Oh, this is important, but I'll read this in just a second, because otherwise I'm just going to keep getting distracted. Yeah, she is pretty lucky with her roles, isn't she? She hasn't failed once since we hired her. We hired her like the first turn of the game, actually, which I know was not that long ago, but like we've gotten to the new normal, so that's pretty impressive. Because of course I'd played Long War. I knew that Terra Invicta was something that had gone into development when I think it's called Pavonis Interactive was like founded, and at first I was really excited for it. I was like, grand strategy XCOM? That's exactly what I want. Of course I want this. And so I've kind of loosely followed its development for a while, and, you know, got busy with life and didn't really pay super close attention for a while. And occasionally I would check back in, and, you know, then, you know, I started seeing, like, some of the screenshots and stuff, and some of the descriptions, and I was like, you know, because I had seen, like, you know, I'd lived through the era of the failed Kickstarter games. I had seen a lot of games, that sounded really good on paper just come out and flop straight out of being crowdfunded. And I started to get a lot more cautious about it, and I was like, I don't know. I don't know, that looks like a pretty cluttered UI, and I'm not quite sure. Is this overreaching? I read some of the description, I was like, gosh, that's kind of a big game to make at first. And I got more and more cynical about it. To the point where when it became available for purchase on Steam, I bought it. Gosh, now that I've realized how good the game is, I feel a little bit bad, honestly. But I definitely, like, kept an eye on the clock to keep my my under 2 hours refund. I gave it less than 2 hours to prove itself to me. Clearly I was impressed. Clearly I've been impressed by this game. It's so good. It's so good. That 2 hours flew by and I just kept playing. I was so happy with it. But we've just hit a very important event here, which I should actually pay attention to. This is the new normal. The initial global upheaval in response to the alien arrival has calmed somewhat, with various political and economic interests recognizing that whatever the aliens are doing, the end of the world is not immediately upon us. With the sense of urgency fading, entrenched power structures are reasserting their authority, and humans are spending more time worrying about each other than about the aliens. In short, our moment to strike quickly is passing. Our counselors report that their missions are taking longer to plan and conduct as they must navigate the old protocols for travel, security, and international contacts. We can still move forward, and some of our missions will have a greater impact as we spend more time on them, but everything will take longer to accomplish now. So the mission assignments phase will occur twice a month going forward. The initial scramble for position has slowed down, and the initiative took Kazakhstan. Good on them. I just didn't really have room to fit in. Especially with Russia not being a part of my strategy, I don't think. Well, that means a little bit more time for me to ramble, right? Let's see, what do we want to do with you? Again, I think just maintain some surveillance, right? I keep looking for those aliens. I know one dropped in Europe.
Standing by for orders.
I don't know where it's gone. Yeah, no super strong signs of spikes in servant popularity, so we aren't really sure where the alien went, but... I played 1,000+ hours the original XCOM games from 94 to 95, but I hated how much they dumbed it down for the 2012 remake, so I never played 2 or Long War. I see. Yeah, it definitely is a big difference. The Fire Axis remakes from the OG XCOM. Personally, I'm a big fan of them all. I'm a bit of a sucker for XCOM. That's not the word I was going to use originally, but I'm going to contain myself. Saw a YouTuber play this game and totally wanted it after that. It's got a special charm to it, doesn't it? It's got that granularity that I think just reaches into your brain and makes it spin in just the right way. It's really good. Just the little moment-by-moment decisions. Honestly, we're pretty stable right now. I just need to give my people something to do. Keep following. What is the deal with this, this judge? Where are they? Where have they gone? Where are you? Where is Project Exodus? I haven't really done a review of the globe. But yeah, even though personally I really like all of the XCOMs, there's definitely a huge gulf between them and the originals. Hopefully we'll be playing the originals sometime. on stream. I would really love to, especially some of the mods for it. I've really enjoyed stuff like the... Oh, here you are. Hello. I've really enjoyed some stuff like the XCOM files and all of that. That's right up my alley. What is your deal, buddy? They have defended interests in Mozambique. A fascinating move, Project Exodus. Truly, you're protecting one of the most valuable countries on the planet. This could be worth throwing a little bit of muscle at. We've secured 4.1 monthly ops income. I could be interested in maybe getting myself a mole in Project Exodus. Any damage you can do to them this early is gonna, like, help out. Although they aren't really my direct competitor. They seem to be doing nonsense in Africa. Really? Huh. That's probably not worth 8 ops, though. I'll give you like a month's worth of income. Like 4. And if you can get it done, that's awesome. If you can't, not a big deal.
Surveillance.
Not a high priority, but it's something to do. My team isn't currently that busy, and that's okay.
Initiating surveillance.
Until...
Of course there was an accident. Frankly, I'm surprised it took this long. Just get the recovery crew in there to salvage the gear ASAP. Worry about the bodies later. The delays are costing us. Chairman Soren van Beek, Internal Memo.
Thank you, Chairman Soren. Truly a humanitarian. Project Exodus has chosen advanced electromagnetism as a new direction for global research. Really? Interesting choice, okay. This is deep space propulsion concepts. Leaving Earth is one thing. Colonizing nearby worlds is another. Reliably and rapidly traversing the infinite expanse of space is yet another. And perhaps the toughest of these nuts to crack. Our current spacecraft and engines are capable of no such thing, at least not for any useful length of time. The major stumbling block is fuel. With our current sources constrained by both storage and propulsion limitations, it is a problem the world's finest engineers and physicists have long labored to solve, and they now believe that a pathway to the next generation propulsion systems is open to us. Efficiency is the foremost avenue of their exploration, increasing the speed and longevity of the propellant while reducing wear and damage to our ship's drives and nozzles. Now that the essential concepts are established, our researchers believe there are 3 possible paths to tread: electromagnetic, electrostatic, or electrothermal propulsion. Each has its own advantage and will depend upon prior discoveries in other fields. And it appears that they are favoring, Project Exodus is favoring, the electromagnetism route, which I believe is your high efficiency route, something like that, in terms of drive concepts. I don't quite remember, but I think that's roughly how it is. So, of course they're interested in escaping, so I guess that makes some sense. Cool. Life goes on.
Nothing unusual found.
Oh, well, it had to happen sometime, didn't it? It would appear that our counselor, who has yet to fail, just severely blundered in their investigation, has been revealed. here's that event. From completing Deep Space Skywatch, Images of obvious alien military ships and structures in the far solar system has dashed hopes worldwide for peaceful contact. Many who wish to seek an avenue of cooperation with the aliens are changing their views in light of some of the first hard facts about their arrival. This is basically a middle finger to the Academy event, specifically. Roughly half of the control points belonging to the Academy will suffer the crackdown effect for 12 months. The Academy will suffer a massive loss of public opinion around the world, and all nations' cohesion moves by 1 towards extreme values. Fun. Good for them. Good. Those are some big crackdowns in Russia and Italy. Now, if only we had the command point limit to take advantage of that.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
We should probably jump in.
Mum's last years were a blur of doctors and treatments. By that point, every movement was painful. The one thing she loved was her aquatic therapy. Whenever I was home on leave, I'd take her to the pool for hours. Weightless. Smiling. Free. Commander Fiona Ayawade, during a psychological evaluation.
I really like that quote from Fiona. Again, just the character that gets developed here is so real, you know? Project Exodus has completed orbital shipbuilding. Well, everybody completed orbital shipbuilding, but Project Exodus has contributed the most, and apparently also wants to go for nuclear fission in space, alongside their propulsion. They're already pursuing propulsion research. Great, thanks, buddies. You didn't need to do both, but cool. Go off. The old rules of... Oh, this is orbital shipbuilding that they completed. The old rules of aerospace cease to be when there is less aero and more space. Craft built for the purpose of traveling, transporting, and fighting in space have greater allowance for design versatility when fiction and drag are no longer an issue. Materials can be more dense, and designs can be more utilitarian. This does mean, however, that ships built for space must be built in space, at least if we were to avoid time-consuming and costly haulage from Earth, not to mention finding room for the colossal factories. Once the sizable investment is complete, orbital shipyards will provide an essential anchorage from which commerce, construction, and combat vessels alike will be born. So it goes. We can now research principles of space warfare. Not interested right now, but that's cool. That's gonna launch us towards building ships in orbit. Classic XCOM roll, success chance 98.9%, roll 99%. Yeah, just a good thing it wasn't an action we couldn't get murked on, right? Exactly. You were definitely detected, though. You should go to ground. Like, take a moment, go to ground, hang out.
Hunkering down.
Where to?
Unless Project Exodus is gonna leave you alone. You are pretty hard to take down, young Ching. And I think I've just found a servant. Hear me out.
Eyes on target.
Where do you need me?
What if Project Exodus doesn't care that I was investigating them? And instead, I just go investigate this servant, and we try to mess with them a little bit. I get a little bit greedy as a treat.
Where do you need me?
Or maybe I leave them be and I just go for Italy. No.
Terminating the opposition.
Ready for my mission.
It's been a few quiet turns here recently, and then all of a sudden, It's like there's 3 different things that I want to do with my operative,
Standing
and
by
I can
for
only
orders.
choose one. It happens. It happens. Let's do a public campaign in Italy with you.
I will try to sway the public.
I'm here.
And you will continue to just vibe, I think, my dude. Because what else would you be doing? What if we make contact with them? We could contact Project Exodus if we wanted. What would we want from them? What do we know about them? Intel? We've never visited this screen. But this is our Intel screen. Interesting. They've got a space asset. Good for them. They tolerate us. Contacting them isn't free, it costs influence, but maybe we could make friends? They don't really directly threaten our interests, is the thing. So maybe we spend some time to make friends with Project Exodus. The initiative can go get bent.
Making contact.
We could contact the initiative too, but they are in direct conflict with us. I want them out of Europe. If we manage to get points in Italy, I will have to give up a few of my other countries, but we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Sure, and I think new orgs are available. Interpol. Oh no, they found me. Nothing we can afford. That's alright. Cool, cool, cool. Works for me. Research is going just fine. In fact, we're probably under-prioritizing clandestine cells, considering how far ahead we are of everybody on this. So let's slow down advanced chemical rocketry and get some more work on clandestine cells, and that should work. That should be just
Reaching
fine.
out.
Oh.
Good luck saving the world. Just know that we have other plans.
He's so smug. Hey buddy, listen, I'm just here to stop in. I want non-aggression. They want me to pay them for non-aggression. I would be okay with that. I could give up a little bit for a non-aggression pact with them. Yeah. Like 1 influence is what they want. Okay. That's fine. Do you have any interesting orgs? Book company is pretty darn good. I'd be willing to pay influence for that. It makes influence in return. The information group's good. Iron Rose. Gosh, we missed out on some of these. I was probably not nearly as on top of grabbing orgs as I needed to be. No amount of influence, cash, or ops will get me that. They understand that this org is actually quite valuable, especially being not in my hands. That's fine. I am willing to give them 1 influence in order to get a non-aggression pact and improve our relations. Makes the world a little bit less dangerous for me without a random Project Exodus operative rolling by and, like, putting a bullet in one of my operatives. So sure. Sorry about investigating your judge. My bad. This is a big wall of text that explains that we can now undertake the Interplanetary Warships project. Which will let us mount 30mm autocannons on everything. Cool, fun. We're not gonna mess with that for a long time. building space warships is not an early game concern for us.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Cool. Keep working on them. It just takes a lot of work to get to the point where you can start intercepting ships like this. So, not something we need to think about, as Victor 2 is about to come in.
Our associates are now in charge.
Okay, Purge mission was successful here in Italy. We've got a foothold. And the next vessels come down in the Peshawar region. Okay. Cool. Ugh, right in servant territory. Servant Pakistan. Oh no. Oh no. Don't love to see that. Don't love to see servants with any number of nukes. Let's see. We're gonna have to give up just a little over 10 points of control point material. So that's gonna be Slovakia, probably. Here. Take a little bit more economy priority. And then we're gonna let you go. Now we're barely over. That's tolerable. That is tolerable to me. Do we want to scramble for the executive?
Reporting in.
I would have to give up, like, the Benelux for that, wouldn't I? I mean, I could do a... Kind of feels bad, but I could do a... Italy's probably more important. Yeah, I think Italy's more important. Got a little bit more economy priority. That'll be cool. That'll be cool. Well, you can take down a single alien ship with starter tech and 1 missile tech research, but you need like 3 to 6 ships to win with 1 survivor. Yeah, that is the trouble. And I'm okay with not particularly rushing to take down an alien ship. I'd rather... Yeah, I think I'd rather do it in such a way that I'm not getting like 90% of my fleet destroyed in the process in order to get a survivor. We could purge this too, though. And it's gonna be even easier because we control the legislature. That gives a bonus to purge missions against the executive. Ooh. Yeah, let's do it.
Targeting the opposition.
Let's do
Ready
that.
for orders.
We're gonna send our diplomat on a little job to
Headed there
Peshawar.
now. Your orders.
Otherwise,
Your
keep
orders.
working on it. That should be just fine. No orgs to mention. Keep on shuffling. Scandal. Prominent figures supporting us in Germany have been caught in a massive public relations scandal. The scandal is already making headlines across the nation. While the media will eventually lose interest, our cause's image will be tarnished by our association with such scandalized figures, unless we can perform damage control. Well, I can spend 10 influence in order to blunt the scandal. That should be fine. Yeah, the damage isn't terrible. We went from like 75%-ish public opinion
Public
to
opinion is moving in our direction.
60.
We've moved the needle.
Supply depot, don't need that yet.
Here's what we found.
Alrighty. little investigation in Pakistan, and we're gonna start doing
We're
surveillance
in control
around
here.
there. We still gotta find some of those abductions and actually look into them. It's just they can be pretty tricky to find and spot. It's not easy. Yep, there's control of the Italian-led executive. So that works for me. In order to keep that, we're gonna have to give up the Benelux. That's okay. That's fine. Cool.
Ready.
Cool, cool, cool. Let's see, Paul.
Ready to go.
You've got a way better investigation skill, so I'm gonna send you over to Peshawar to start
Eyes
looking
up.
around.
Ready to go.
And you, buddy, can you make contact with anybody right now? No, we don't actually see any other operatives. Just go for 2 spies. The AI will find the aliens for you. That's, you know, that's an interesting idea, yeah. Hey, who are you? Somebody's hanging out in France. Oh well. Not much to be done about it. We should defend our interests in Italy, actually.
Securing our control.
Keep control here. Italy is the most vulnerable part of our little setup here. And I probably should bring somebody over to start a public campaigning in France. So we maintain control. And that should be tolerable.
Securing our interests.
On Overwatch.
Very good. Clandestine cells. Just in time for me to have given up control of the Benelux, but that's okay. Cool. Let's cap off alien flora, and then we're gonna start on alien origin, I think. Yes, this is still looking okay to me. Cool. And now we can recruit a new operative. I wonder who it should be. Well, I guess it's gonna depend on who's available, right?
The people will come to our side.
That's cool, buddy. Keep working on it.
The people will come to our side.
We've already got 2 people that do public relations, and another one that also does, like... There they are. Speaking of alien abductions... We got a report of one in St. Petersburg, Russia. Cool, cool, cool.
Ready.
Well then.
Standing by for orders.
Looks like this diplomat has a little bit more work
On the way to the target site.
Standing by.
This operative... Oh. Apparently we've gotten enough boost to launch a station into low Earth orbit. I will tell you that that's not a good idea right now. That would eat all of our boost. Because we did then have to spend boost to maintain the station. The station wouldn't even do anything. But cool to know that we've hit that break point. Go ahead and go for a burn there. I'm gonna investigate this. That's very nice. And we now have another slot available for somebody. So who's it gonna be? We've got a judge available. We've got a few judges available. From Myanmar, government, connected, not super impressive. Good access to investigation missions is nice, but not very good stats. Another operative is probably unnecessary. That's okay. You're more interesting. A judge from North Korea. Okay. Member of government, so we can give them government orgs. I mean, they're just kind of like, it's a persuasion investigation combination, which is fun, but it's like, what I need is somebody who does command really well. We could push our operative into doing that. I do feel like I still need an investigator. Yeah, I don't think you're it either, buddy. Officer. Ooh, an officer with quick learner. This one has potential. Paula Asumkau? Asumkau? Not sure that that's how you pronounce that. Already comes with government, survivor, hard target. Basically has everything that you want. Like, just write out... Wow, this is a good officer, actually. 7 command, 6 admin, 38 years old, probably gonna live through the invasion, not die of old age. Ooh. Ooh, okay. I like the sound of that. Let's review some of our other candidates real quick. I'm bored already of this diplomat. Another quick learner. A very loyal quick learner, perhaps. And you're an activist. Unfortunately, I don't really need an activist. And an evangelist. I love the evangelist outfits. They're scummy in a very interesting way. No assassinate or purge missions, but damn good traits on the operative. Is that so? The operative. Yeah, I mean the trait on the operative here. Suspicious is fun. I think, I think you were talking about the officer. But yeah, no, you're right. The lack of assassinate. Yeah, that's okay. I mix them up all the time. I mean, they both start with an O, they both shoot people, shoot aliens, you know, so it goes, right? Yeah, the lack of assassinate here is interesting. I think we can correct that, though, with an org, right? So long as it's not forbidden? Yeah. I think we could correct that with an orc to give assassinate. Okay. This feels like somebody that could really become the core of resistance operations. Right? Just going around shooting aliens. This grand alien hunting safari across the globe. You can't get purge from orgs, but criminals can easily get it from orgs. Ah, yeah, assassinate. Yeah, doesn't really need purge, I don't think. Especially with that espionage stat. I think we have somebody else that can do purges really well. If we can get assassinate, this makes this a really good officer. Heck, frankly, even without assassinate, they're really good. Even without assassinate, just having a really good command person to throw at problems could be pretty darn nice. Yeah, you know what? I think you're hired. Paula, welcome to the team. Gosh, sometime we're gonna have to give, This is tricky, because it's like, when we played XCOM, we did like a whole long war campaign, and before we started missions, I could be like, you know, does anybody want a soldier named after them? I want to name Counselor is after viewers. I want to make that available. But it's like I never know when to like stop and like ask. So I guess now that we've recruited someone new, I'll just open up the floor if anybody wants somebody named after them. You can be picky. We've got lots of lovely individuals here to choose from. From from our alcohol-addicted Russian politician to our new officer, who I can't come up with anything slanderous to say about. We'll figure something out. We've got plenty of people available who need names.
Your orders?
You are probably better suited with your 69% chance to assault this asset
Joining
down
hot.
here. And that
Acknowledged.
means that we can free up the operative to go do something else. Might need Purge to get control of the EU countries from the other factions in a few years, though. Yeah, that's why I'm hoping to use the operative for that. This operative is gonna, I think, be focused very much on the espionage side of things. We'll see how it works out, but hopefully that goes okay. Don't like that they're moving into the Alpine states. It looks like I'm gonna be very directly competing with the servants here for Europe. That's fine. You know, at least it gives me somebody to beat up that I won't feel bad about doing it to. Let's go ahead and... If an abduction happened up here, let's run surveillance.
Initiating recon.
See if we can find any more. Because, you know, it may be possible to follow a trail of, alien activity, I'll say. I tend to rename any counselor whose name I can't pronounce. That's fair, that's fair. Let's see. I think everything is set and ready to go.
Initiating surveillance.
There's alien flora, very good. There was a finite amount to be gleaned from our study of the vegetative life form we have dubbed xenoflora, but not a lack of trying. The issue is that we have thus far been unable to fully crack its genetic makeup, for elements thereof are so, for lack of a better word, alien, as to be thoroughly inscrutable to us at the present time. Neither have we been able to divine any clues as to its origin, other than to say it is most certainly not of this Earth. While we have previously observed some correlation between xenoflora growth and alien crash sites, causation now seems highly probable. Even its behavior supports this conclusion. It spreads faster than any terrestrial flora or even fungus, and with eerie, almost machine-like regularity. To suggest that the xenoflora have been in some way genetically altered or even wholly designed would not be an unreasonable hypothesis. If left unchecked, it could very likely colonize a region in record time, preventing the growth of all other flora. To what end we do not yet know. It would therefore be prudent to find a way to limit the organism's spread, whether through military or biological means. Lovely. We love being threatened by alien plants. It's my favorite pastime. There we go. I'm gonna start work on alien origins for now.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
We've moved the needle.
I also really like... You see, the whole design of this game is just so
Target remains
clever.
operational.
Oh, this is an XCOM moment. Success chance 69.5%, but roll to 70%. That's okay, Paula. It happens. It happens.
We found something.
It's like the little voice lines that the counselors have that give you like that feedback without flashing something in your face all the time. Lets you kind of know what's going on without needing to like clutter the UI a whole bunch. For a game with so many moving pieces, it's really good at giving you the relevant information that you need and not overwhelming you. It's good at that. It's really well made. That was one of my number one concerns about the game. Watching its development was like, gosh, this looks like it's gonna turn into... looks like it's gonna turn into an EU4 situation, you know? Or there's just so many little things you just get overwhelmed.
The alien is taking people, Commander. We need to learn why.
Well, thank you for the summary, Fiona. I feel like... Are these voice lines from Fiona New? They feel new to me. I don't feel like I heard these before. Huh. For like when we complete objectives. Maybe I'm crazy. But, our counselor has investigated some of these reported abductions, interviewing residents and local authorities. The local government continues to deny that anything has happened, and in fact has done its best to actively hinder us. Though we have no proof as yet, we suspect that other organizations are pulling strings to block our investigations. Despite the obstacles, our counselor has confirmed that a small but statistically significant number of people and animals have gone missing in the area since the alien crash landing. This is disturbing news. Many among our faction had clung to the hope that despite their secrecy, the intentions of the aliens towards our species might be benevolent or at least neutral. These apparent abductions leave little chance of that. But what is their purpose? Their purpose clearly is to leave purple goo around. It's kind of obvious. What with the plants and all that, they want to goo us. All evidence suggests that the aliens are abducting human subjects, but why? Are they trying to communicate, studying us, hunting us? Or do they have some other purpose, something so truly alien that is wholly beyond our understanding? We have many questions and few answers. For now, all we have to go on is the abductions themselves. Our analysts have proposed a more detailed study of the abduction data in the hopes of discovering some patterns or avenues of research. So when alien methods comes up, we have to research that. That's our next objective. That should not take too long. Yeah, here it is. We research this and it'll let us detect alien contacts with humans. Oh boy. Alright, the Academy takes one of our points in Slovakia. That's okay. We don't want it. They can have it as far as I'm concerned. New orgs? Interesting. These orgs aren't expensive. They're not amazing. But you could toss them on somebody. Where is... Hello, officer. We could definitely toss some orgs your way, I think. We can afford to. Do you want a U.S. Special Forces group? For Christmas in April. Yeah. Here, have a present. An entire U.S. Special Forces group. That'll increase your command, security. Cool. And you probably want the Tulipa security group for a little bit more command. Nifty. And then one of my persuading people... Maybe you, buddy. Sure. I can go ahead and take this. And there we go. Not too bad. Nobody's really available to level up, I think. And so life goes on.
Standing by.
Alright. I think I might wrap up here soon. Honestly. I'm having a great time, but I'm also getting a bit hungry. But I want to kind of put this turn in a position where we're ready to move forward when we come back to this. Because we'll probably be playing more Terra Invicta tomorrow. I need to update our schedule. I think it still reads XCOM. I think I need to change it over to Terra Invicta. Let me set up our turn
At your
for
service.
tomorrow.
Ready?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. We really appreciate that. Here, let me just confirm, because it doesn't pop up and tell me readily. Oh, thank you, Insane Baboon, for the follow. It is super appreciated. Let's see. We lost track of the Xenoflora because of that failure. That's okay.
Initiating recon.
We'll do a little recon and reacquire that
Acknowledged.
target.
Ready for orders.
This operative might have an opportunistic strike into Poland here. Not a high priority.
Removing our enemies.
But we have
Reporting
the command
in.
limit now. Not too many people streaming Terra Invicta, so why not? Oh. Yeah, I guess it's been out for a little while, hasn't it? But that's alright. We're just here to have some fun. I'm about to zoom out of the planet, aren't I? There we go. Let's see. And what about you, buddy? My diplomat. What about you? Maybe snatch up control in the Alpine states now that we have some more command or control point limit. I keep calling it command limit. Well, that is definitely not what it is. Sure.
Putting our people in place.
Get ahead of the servants there a little bit.
What's the op?
Keep doing the public campaigns to cement control in some of these more vulnerable countries. And I think that looks like a turn. So I think that's probably where we're gonna cap off. I think that's a good first stream of Terra Invicta. I feel like we've introduced the basics. Doesn't look like anybody's gotten into a superpower yet. But things are just starting to heat up as we learn about the potentially nefarious intent of these alien invaders. So let's go ahead and throw a pin in this one. I'll bring us on over to our ending soon screen because we are totally professionals. 100%. Totally. Completely. I wouldn't lie about being a professional, now would I? But a big thank you to everybody that tuned in today. As always, you're the ones that make this so fun to do. Big thank you to our chatters today. A blast talking to each and every one of you. And a special thank you to the VOD watchers, who now get to have a new series to watch. So, good on you. Alrighty. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and get on out of here. I don't think I've really got any raids to be doing. Nope. So I'm just gonna shuffle on out of here. You all have a lovely night. Stay safe out there, and have a good one. Bye-bye.